Hello guys, we're in the 7th round of the European Championship. We have to apologize for this delay. There were some technical issues and I believe now everything is just solved. Today I'm gonna be just like before, your commentator, international master Miodrag Perunovic from Serbia, and hope you're gonna enjoy my commentary and guests that we're gonna have today. Big game today between Korobov and probably biggest upset and surprise in this tournament, Korkolos from Greece. So there is going to be a really interesting competition today. We definitely have to check the first game. So let's go with the first one. Korkolos. Korobov went for d4, d5, c4, e6, knight f3, and Korkolos played a6. More and more come with this a6 move. So a6 idea is to take on c4 and to afterwards connect these pawns by playing b5. So when they play a6, you simply have to take on d5. So after c takes, e takes, knight c3, knight f6, bishop g5, now we have some sort of Queen's Gambit orthodox type of the games, and the only difference is the pawn on a6. But sometimes that pawn could be good. For example, if white goes for some sort of minority attack and wants to go with b4 and stuff like that. After like bishop g5, bishop e6, there is nothing new about these lines, e3. I just want to remind you that at some point of development of this variation, queen b3 was absolutely the most popular line. Nowadays, it's not considered to be any more that special for white because of rook a7 by black and because of line with b6. Because for all these years, all black players used to go with some bishop b5, and then just white just goes with something like bishop f6, queen f6, knight d5, queen d8, e4, c6, and there were like some special ideas by white in those positions. Anyways, I don't want to bother you with all these lines. So here Korobov went for e3. This is like couple of probably third or fourth game in the same variation where white just goes with e3, knight bd7, bishop d3, c6, and goes with h3. So he potentially creates a shelter for the dark square bishop on h2. So after bishop d6, he now goes with bishop f4. Of course that he'd be happy if black takes on f4, he would just recapture, threaten f5 to win the piece. Probably black would be forced to do g6, in which case he can even go and cope with some g4 and f5 ideas after that. At the same time, this knight might go right into the center of the board to go with like knight e5. So that's the point. Instead of this, bishop f4, queen c7, queen d2, over protecting on f4, and after h6, short castle, and Korkolos played g5. That's a very risky type of decision at this moment, but at the same time I have to say that it makes some sense because he hasn't committed himself yet with the castle. There is also a thing where he just goes with g5 even better, and it could accelerate his attack with g5 and g4 just because the pawn is on h3. So just because of this, after like g5, bishop d6, queen d6, Korobov now avoided this g4 and came up with a very nice reaction. Knight goes back to h2 because he doesn't want to face g4 by black. After like rook g8, it's his turn, and looks like that black is familiar with his stuff. I definitely have to tell you a couple of things about this Greek player because I spoke to a couple of GMs yesterday about him, and many of them told me that he knows lots of theory. He really knows his stuff. Okay, he's very creative, looks like extremely talented as well. Also lately coming up with some good wins, and looks like his shape constantly, like keep increasing, and in this tournament he's just doing great. All his games are, mostly are full of tactics. He just goes with those type of positions with a very nice and pretty similar and easy plans. And Korokula so far is doing really good. He's, of course, that Korobov, especially having white pieces in this game, should be favorite. But you know what, this guy is just on roll, so anything might happen. Let's go. Next one, here it's Korobov's choice. It's 15th move, and we already have the first signal what's happening in this game. Korobov just completed his development, although he might be having some problems with the possible attack by Black, because Black doesn't want to wait and he just wants to go with G4 and G3, while Korobov has to do everything to stop that. So, next one. Nijat Habasov against Alexei Sarana. So this is quite an interesting game. So after knight f3, d5, Nijat Habasov just went for Catalan opening. So he went for a Catalan opening after bishop b4, bishop d2, bishop goes back on e7. For all of you who ever wondered why first bishop b4, you just have to keep in mind they want to force you to place the dark square bishop on the diagonal c1 h6. Why? Because most of these classic Catalan openings, bishop e7, bishop g2, castles, castles, in some moments, if you're willing to go with like type of closed Catalan, you just go with a rook d1 and eventually your dark square bishop goes on b2. But in this case, when they go with early bishop b4, they just force you to cover yourself with the bishop. Practically, it's the only reliable option by white. And when they go with bishop d2, then you just bring your bishop back all the way to e7. In case of knight bd2, Black can even consider some d takes c4 ideas, in which case they win a pawn, and now there are some practical problems for white to get a pawn back on c4, and there is a line with the knight c3, and that would be a bad Ragozin defense, where in a normal situation white goes with g3, and nobody does that. So those are the lines. So after bishop d2, Sarana went bishop e7, bishop g2, c6, and just like I told you, he goes for a closed type of the Catalan, and closed Catalan with a little bit weird bishop on d2 and knight on c3. I once again need to emphasize an importance of great theoretical preps by Alexei Sarana. He's really doing great, especially with the white pieces. He really knows his stuff and all his lines, although here I don't see any problems with this position. Okay, at this moment for any of these sides, because this is still opening castles, and c5. c5 is it's not one of those moves that should be recommended for you to play in your games in similar type of situations, because okay, he went for a c5. He just wants to get like some sort of space on the queen side connected with b4, and to prevent any kind of counter chance by Black, coped with e5. So that's why he played c5. Also, b6 doesn't seem to be working in this case, because b4 would happen, and if a5, a3 might happen. So that's why he didn't go with b6, but he went with knight e4. Ideally for Black could be if they could break somehow with e5, but looks like e5 didn't work in that case. And I really believe that e5 could be an interesting option, because if knight e5, d takes, you can just get a pawn back on either c5 or e5. Even knight g4 seems to be interesting, getting the pawn on e5 back or pawn on c5. Another thing in this position is in the case of e5, d takes, and knight g4. And now, if you defend this one on e5, we might take by knight, we might take by bishop, we can even go with g5, and considering to kick that bishop away and get a pawn back on e5. So probably a very logical reaction would be e5. Sarana, I'm absolutely sure he's absolutely familiar with this type of things with knight e4. So knight e4, d takes, knight e5, he played f5, bishop f4, and it's the theoretical position. It's his turn, and the real question is, will he play knight f6, knight d5? And will he go with some sort of like bishop f6, kicking that knight away somehow? These are the ideas. Let's go into the third game. Another Catalan opening, or maybe Queen's Indian defense. We're going to check it out. It's Vrnjacka against Ponomarev. Top play by Ukrainian players so far. Don't forget Anton Korobov. He's the one with Korokolos who's in lead. And all together with them, we have like a bunch of, I believe, 8 players with 5 points. And we have Vrnjacka, we have Ponomarev. So once again, we have Ukrainian derby. So here, let's take a look at the opening moves. d4, knight f6, e4, a6, knight f3, b6. Just like I told you, it's Queen's Indian with the bishop on b7. So after bishop g2, bishop e7, castles, castles, h4. This is the second game in this tournament where white goes with h4. First game, if you remember, we had Darda playing h4 against Alexander Kovacevic. I just need to explain you what's the point of h4, because it looks extremely ugly and without any sense. You know what? For all these, I don't know, past 30, 40, 50 years, when white played knight c3, black should jump on e4 and be very close to equalize the game by jumping with this knight. Then you don't have queen c2 because they just simply take. They can even support the knight by playing f5. They can even play d5 and so many other things. But in general, this has to be one of your main ideas. Okay, another thing is that after knight c3, knight e4, since it equalizes here, for example, for many years, Kramnik used to play rook e1. And that's a very nice and logical thing here, because you don't want to commit yourself with the knight on c3 and not to allow them to play knight e4. But then they can play kind of Tivyakov's favorite move, knight a6, who's been playing this for all these years, and I rarely believe that he ever lost a game with the black pieces. I was like very surprised when I checked the database. So knight a6, even though white enjoys a little bit more space, any knight c3 should be faced with the knight e4 by black. Okay, another thing, instead of knight a6 could be c5, but in that case you just go d5, I apologize, and after e takes d5 you just go with the knight h4. Your knight, first of all, you open up your bishop, you want to recapture by pawn on d5. Bishop on pawn on c4 is untouched because of pinned bishop on g2 and the bishop on b7. Your knight wants to go on f5, and that's the way it is. So these are all lines, but now after some rook e1, when they play d5, then you have problems to justify your rook being on e1. And because of that, Darda and Vrnjacka went for h4 at this point, and the point of h4 could be that this is just a smart, hesitating move where they just want to wait and to see black's reaction. For example, I spoke to Kovacevic after his game against Darda, and somehow I told him that at some point after he played d5, c takes, knight c3, I believe in the game was knight a6 or knight bd7, something like that, bishop f4. In some of these moments when you play knight e4 and c5, now you don't have g5. So the thing is, after you go with h4, you absolutely don't give your opponent g5. So if we take a look upon that type of move. In this fashion, we can just absolutely be sure that after like bishop f4, in these positions, h4 could be of a great effect for white. So this is just an interesting hyper-modern idea with h4. And I just have to tell you that checking some latest games with h4, I just realized that the white is doing great lately with this h4 move. So Vrnjacki is just repeating this against Ponomarev. Ponomarev goes for some sort of c6 and d5 close Candlin type of the game. So after like b3, knight bd7, bishop b2, we have a very normal type of the game. Ponomarev reacted in the most classic fashion, thinking like, okay, buddy, you want to go with something very concrete, very theoretical, you want to surprise me, I'll just play c5, and I'm just going to play a very logical chess. So according to all good basic rule of Nimzowitsch, and father of positional play, in his book My System, who plays on the wing, you should be breaking in the center. So that's the way it is. I absolutely believe that here position is around even. So let's go on to the fourth board. Frederick Svane against Nguyen. They just drew the game. Nguyen should be okay with this draw. It was like, as far as I see, this Anish Giri's idea, h3 from London Classic back to 2014. The point of h3 is a very interesting idea of waiting to see what is black going to react. It's aimed against all these waiting moves. Probably one of the best and most aggressive approaches by black should be d5, and it's considered to be pretty much equalizing by black. But here, Nguyen went with the bishop before and knight d5. Knight d5 was what Kramnik played, or it was played against Kramnik, I can't remember, but I just know that someone, and I believe it was Anish Giri, played bishop d3 and even won that game in a London Classic. What's the point? So when you take d takes c3, opening up the bishop here in the dark square bishop, and now your bishop on d3 just defends this pawn on e4. That's the way it is, and that's how it works. Although in the game after h3, bishop e4, knight d5, captured e4, and this now reminds me of a Spanish version of four knights, where they just go with all these forcing moves and lines, and after queen g5, they agreed on a draw. This is a pretty good concept. You, for example, make like 4 wins, and after that, I believe usually 4 wins. Chess players in chess circles call it 4 pluses. 4 pluses, it's like how many more points than 50% do you have? So with 4 wins, or let's just say, and use that shortcut, 4 pluses, it's usually enough to qualify, but with 5 for sure, which basically means you can make all the draws and have 4 wins in the tournament, but with 5 wins, most likely that should be enough. Then we go on to the next game, Benjamin Gladura against Giga Kuparadze. Gladura is just enjoying some space. This was a Ratti opening, or maybe Nimzo with the queen c2. It was similar with both, but this is Ratti with queen c2. So after castles a3, queen c3, rook e8, b4. I once again have to come up with the name of Vladimir Kramnik, who was exploiting these type of positions with a very great results for white. And the reason for that is very simple. Here, white just enjoys more of a space, and on top of that, bishop pair. Here, we're just seeing the game between Gladura, who's in this game definitely favorite, since first of all, there is a rating difference between these two guys, and second thing, Gladura is playing white, and throughout the whole tournament, he's doing pretty fine. From another point of view, Giga Kuparadze is blitzing out his moves just like in previous games, but you know what? So far he's doing great as well, so this is gonna be a real classic for this tournament. After h3, bishop h5, d3, knight c6, castles, he went for queen b8, rook c1, goes with the knight d8. What a nice maneuvering skills. Usually we have problems how to maneuver with these pieces. He brought his queen all the way to b8, supporting the, for example, e5 pawn at some point. Then he released the d8 square for his knight. Knight goes back to d8. And after that, you just want to go with c6 and d5 at some point. So this is the idea, and according to I don't know, like at first glance, white definitely seems long-lasting better in this type of game. Okay, let's go to next one. Denis Kadric against Gabriel Sargsyan. Once again, Denis came up with a great, easy draw. Yesterday he was our guest. You could hear him. He just said an easy draw against Gelfand. This time an easy draw against Sargsyan. He's doing great in this tournament. He made an amazing win over Jules Mussar, and now he's just making these easy draws. Of course, Gabriel Sargsyan with the black pieces, when he goes with his e5, he's extremely solid. So actually much more than solid. So after knight e4, bishop e4, Kadric went for this. He didn't want to accept the gambit, went with the bishop g5, queen f3, played rook a to e1, played knight e1. We already had a game like this in one of the games of Sargsyan in this tournament. b3, king g7, knight e3, rook e8, knight f5, went into nothing else but opposite color bishops, and Sargsyan said, okay, I'm black, I should be okay with the draw in this position, because next game he's gonna have white pieces. Good results for both. Kadric should be okay with this one. And Sargsyan also should be quite satisfied with the draw, because tomorrow he's gonna be white again. Then we have David Navara against Dimitrios Mastrovasilis. I am not sure. Let's take a look at the opening. It's Queen's Gambit exchanged, bishop g5, classic variation, c6, a3, h6, bishop h4, bishop e7, bishop d3, early knight e4, exchanging the dark square bishops, knight g on e2, bishop f5, and you know what? In my opinion, Dimitrios Mastrovasilis shouldn't be unhappy with the outcome out of the opening, because he's okay with this, I call them boring, tedious type of games. So position looks maybe a little bit better for white, but maybe with so many minor pieces being exchanged, I don't think that black should have any special problems. Then we have Yergus Peshek against Jules Mussar. This is quite an interesting position. We had Sicilian with neither of defense and a3. I remember Nigel Short was the one who released this idea with a3, but before him, Robert James Fisher. What's the point of a3? They want to go with the bishop on c4 and create a shelter for the light square bishop on a2. But at the same time, you want to go with a3 and to stop and prevent b5 and b4 by blocking some variations. So after e6, he went for f3, b5, goes with g4, and after h6, went with bishop e3, bishop e7, queen d2, and d5. There is always a well-known rule in Sicilians. Once black goes for d5, turns out that he at least equalized, maybe even got into a better position. Well, I don't think that's the case here because of e5, knight d7, f4, knight c6, and h4. This could be a very interesting game with lots of excitement that might be ongoing here. So as far as I'm concerned, we can expect a, like a game with lots of sparkles and with lots of, I don't know, like excitement here. Then we have Alexander Predke against Iskandarov. Iskandarov is doing pretty good in this tournament so far. Predke saved yesterday a very difficult endgame against Brkic. So after e6, he now went for c3. We've had a couple of times during this tournament that white, after e6, just captured on c6, and in those positions we had some early d3, knight bd2, and h4 lines. If you remember, Safarli played against Gelfand. We had one more game, but in this case, after e6, Vrnjacka opted for c3. c3 is just another option in this variation. When he goes with c3, he just wants to, at some point, break in the center with d4. Of course, that Iskandarov plays knight g7, getting like a maximum flexibility of these knights. So if white ever captures on c6, he's willing to recapture by knight and get a good, satisfying position. After knight g7, Vrnjacka went for d4, he takes, d5, plays e5. Now we have like advanced French with a little bit weird position of pieces. Okay, after bishop d7, knight c3, knight f5, castles, bishop e7. What I like about this position is inability by black to take on d4. For example, here it's black's turn. If Iskandarov takes on d4, just to tell you this one, he's gonna have like queen g4, and then g7 is gonna be weakened, just like the knight on d4. So this knight is hanging. You can jump on f5 because bishop f5, he takes f5 and queen g7. And when you move the rook, knight d5, bishop h6, and white is just so much better. In the case of something else like queen g4, knight c6, you just take here, and once again they have problems with that bone in his throat. I'm talking about e5 pawn, and they just have problems with these simply white pieces, bishop h6, bishop h7, and stuff like that, and they don't have a way to, for example, benefit from doing this. For example, bishop h6 might be one of the moves, rook e1, even some f4, f5 ideas, but that's another thing. So that's why we don't expect by this guy to go with any knight captures d4. We simply don't expect to be something like this. And you know what? He now has to pay attention on bishop f5, e takes f5, and knight takes d5. So he has to do something to either overprotect the knight on f5 or to protect the pawn on d5. Those are the things here, and this is something that we have to discuss a little bit later. Esipenko Brkic. Esipenko Brkic, once again, we have that Catalan opening. Once again, we have the same approach by black, bishop b4, and after bishop d2, bishop e7, bishop g2, castles, castles, knight bd7, queen c2, c6, and rook c1. Just like you see, Esipenko went for a pretty nice queenside play by white with the bishop d2, queen c2, rook c1. One of the main ideas by white in these positions could be to take at some point on d5 and to take advantage of the open c file. He just wants to go with, I don't know, some bishop f4, knight bd2, but at some point he might be going with some b3, knight c3 as well, followed by e4. Those are like two main plans by white in this position. So Brkic played a5, e3, bishop d6, and Esipenko brought this bishop back. Bringing the bishop back to e1 basically allows afterwards knight bd2. And allowing knight bd2, he just wants to fight either over the center with some e4, or just wants to see how is black going to react, in which case he's gonna know how to play afterwards the game. Brkic played e5, which is one of the most interesting moves here. Definitely white probably should take. He can consider taking on d5 or on e5. Those are possibilities, but I wouldn't dare to predict white's answer here. I still believe this is a theoretical game, and we just have to get back to this game a little bit later. Vrnjacka against Gelfand, absolutely strongest woman in competition. Alexandra Vrnjacka, she's doing really good so far. She's extremely strong. You could have seen her game last night. It was fantastic with the black pieces. So basically, she's really doing good so far. And if she continues to play like this, she might even qualify in top 23. So once again, I just want to remind you of one fact. Top 23 players are going to qualify for the World Cup this year. Okay, let's take a look at the opening. It was, once again, this opening, Grachkina opted for knight c3 instead of Catlin, and here went for bishop g5. After h6, it's Moscow variation in this system. So after a3, knight b7, bishop e2, g6, castles, queen e7, e4, d takes e5, bishop g7, knight e2. She captured by knight on c4 and rook to d8. If you remember, I spoke about this variation and I told you that Vishy Anand launched this with the black pieces. I remember his great win over Predrag Nikolic like many years ago with pretty much the same plans by black, because black just has to show some sort of patience, reroute this bishop to d7 and e8, go with the rook on c8, and then eventually break with c5 in the center. So after like queen d3, takes, queen takes, f5, rook to d1, bishop d7, now we have this game. Game looks absolutely satisfying for white, but it doesn't look that bad for black either, because black can just go for some sort of like g5 break at some point on the king side, but black can also go with bishop e8, bishop f7, rook a c8, and break eventually with c5. Then we have a next game, Kobalia-Shevchenko. Kobalia-Shevchenko, so Kobalia opted for e4, c5, knight f3, d6, bishop e5, knight d7, and he went for that popular line with bishop a4. Many times I was wondering what could be the point of bringing the bishop back to a4. Well, first of all, you want to have like a very fast c4 possibility in some lines. Second thing, you want to have like c3 and d4, bringing the light square bishop back to c2. In general, bishop a4 is forcing black to go with a6. Shevchenko went for knight f6, castles e6, and then he went for queen e2. But let me just show you, probably the most logical thing with a6. And now you just say, okay, and now he's going to go c3. So why did he play bishop a4 if I'm just going to play b5 and he's going to bring it back here? So that's the main line. No, that's not a point. If a6 happens, white would go with c4. And now your a6 move might turn out to be bad in some variations. Well, the light square bishop goes back on c2, knight goes on c3. You break in the center with d4, and you might be launching type of an attack with a light square bishop on c2, similar to some Romanician system in the English opening. That's very interesting. Idea behind bishop a4, and I believe Anish Giri was one of the first guys who came up with this one. After bishop a4, knight f6, castles, so just queen e2, queen a5. Now he nice wins and results, so this is a nice match here on this board. So let's go Ivanchuk, Vugarasadli. Ivanchuk made a good comeback. He made like 2 important wins in the previous 2 rounds, and this win would just give him like a full comeback into the top of this tournament. So basically, let's just go with d4, knight f6, c4, g6. It was King's Indian. It's very interesting to see what did Ivanchuk opt for. He went for the main line, and after castles, h6. If you remember, yesterday we had a guest, Denis Kadric, who said, we do h6, so we're fighting against bishop e3. Yeah, rook e1 was in the game. We're fighting against bishop e3 because of knight g4, and now there is no longer main possibility for white with the bishop g5. So that's the point of h6. Another thing, after like h6, this is just a clever waiting move. Ivanchuk went for rook e1, and Vugarasadli played knight b7. After queen c2, rook e8, d5. I explained it to you already in some of the previous round games that when you go with d5 with a rook on e8, you basically now are happy with the center being closed because rook has to be on f8 because black has to break with f5 on the king side somehow at some point. Because of that, d5 is perfectly justifiable way of getting some space. The guy now goes with a5. He just wants to secure the position for the knight, typical King's Indian idea. White goes with bishop e3, and here Sadly says, okay, but I'm willing now to take advantage of my move h6. So bishop d2, knight c5. An idea after knight c5, he desperately wants to break with f5. That's how they usually play King's Indian in this type of games. So after like knight c5, g3, he goes, just like I told you, he goes with rook f8. He can't stop. He can't wait with f5. He shouldn't hesitate with this idea. And after knight h4, he just threatened to take this knight. At some point, also it's aimed against f5 because of knight g6. Plays knight e4, bishop e3, b6, b3. Why b3? Because he can't play a3 first because he would just be fixed with a4. And you should never be so happy if you capture like this, because they have two ways of capturing, by b pawn after knight a4 going like this. And it's absolutely justifiable type of position and compensation for black, even though they won a pawn, because you enjoy the bishop pair. So for example, just move this knight to h7 and break with f5. And another thing could be taking with this pawn, going knight e8, knight e6 against passed pawn and breaking with f5. Although in this position, of course, it should be b takes, and after knight f4, probably first bishop d7, getting some sort of like developing move. But I also believe knight h7, followed by f5, followed by knight g5, could be absolutely, absolutely fine for black. After b3, knight h7, rook a to d1, just like you see, Asadli is playing on both wings. Ivanchuk is playing through the center, plays a3, and eventually he came up with b4. Here he plays this knight b5 move, and he says, okay, buddy, if you want to go with the knight d4, I'm here to stop that. I'm here to prevent this by playing knight b5. And the real question here is, what would happen? Take a look at this one. If black captured like this. In this case, they might get a d4 square, but for the rest of the game, white would just have an amazing control of the c file and possibly weakness on c7. The thing is, it was rook b8, f3, h5, and we have currently this position. This Ivanchuk played bishop to f1. He seems to be familiar with maneuvering in this type of the game. White has and enjoys a little bit more space, and I don't see anything so wrong or problematic about this game for white. So white enjoys a little bit more space. White has a little bit better development. For sure, white is just a little bit better in this type of the game. Next one is Laursas against Chaparinov. Chaparinov is so far doing really well. To be honest with you, I already like his position with the black pieces. There is some sort of like initiative, dynamic initiative by black, especially since he managed to broke it on the king side with h4. Let's take a look at the opening. d4, knight f6, c4, a6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, and c6. Very interesting. Every player go with d4, knight f6, and d6, and then if knight f3, most of these guys go with d5. If they go with knight c3, they don't miss a chance, and they always played Nimzo Indian with the bishop before. In this game, Laursas went for knight f3. Here he goes with e3, which is Meran defense, and after queen c2. So after bishop d6, what do we have in this type of the game? In this type of the game, we just have like bishop, okay, I mean this bishop d6 is a well-known idea, and b3. If you remember, Kasparov's favorite idea and move in these positions used to be g4. Even Alexei Shirov used to play those g4 ideas, but nowadays it's not considered to be anymore that interesting. And nowadays you have like all these top players and GMs going for either bishop e2, bishop d3, or b3. Laurusas went with b3, castles, bishop e2, b6, castles, bishop e7, bishop e2, and Ivan Cheparinov played rook e8. The whole concept by black should be either breaking with c5 in the center or somehow going with e5 there. So after like rook e8, rook a d1, queen e7, unfortunately for white, there is no possibility to prevent e5 ideas with knight e5 because bishop is not open and they don't have control of e5. But here, he just goes with rook f2, e1, rook a d8, bishop f1, and Cheparinov went for c5. I really have to say that both of these guys were playing absolutely logical moves according to basic chess concepts. I'd say that it's roughly equal type of the game. C takes, E takes, G3, kind of restricting the dark square bishop, rook AC8 going with the X-rays after the queen, C4 opening the C file, and after knight D2, rook C7, queen B3, removing from the pin. So many moves were played in this game. Goes with A6 to stop knight B5, A4 to prevent B5, and goes with kind of initiative with H5 and H4. What a big number of moves already in this game, 22 moves. I don't see any problems for black, but let's be honest, I don't see any special problems for white either. Once again, a game that is around even, but if I had to choose the side, I would choose black, not because Cheparinov is higher rated and we just expect him to have like a little bit better chances to push here for a win, but because somehow he has that h5, h4, and h takes g3 idea, and he may launch some sort of a kingside action and attack, and you all know that he's got that style of playing anyways. Etienne Bacrot, Adam Kozak. Etienne Bacrot definitely went for Ray Lopez here, castles, and rook e1. Not many games in this tournament we've seen rook e1. I believe this is only second time in the whole competition that we've seen like rook e1 being played. The thing is, rook e1 for all these years was absolutely the best idea. And the thing is, when they go with rook e1, you just want to go with c3, d4, with or without h3. That depends on white's preps. And those are like the main lines and main options. So the thing is, in this situation, let's go with rook e1, b5, bishop b3, d6, c3, castles, h3, knight a5, bishop c2, c5, absolutely the main line. It's called Chigorin's variation of this gambit. So after like d4, knight d7, a4, breaking on the king's side. Yeah, it's quite a typical idea. I mean, there are so many possibilities and options on both sides. Black could have captured on d4 by c-pawn, by e-pawn, playing queen c7, whole bunch of moves, but I'm not here to show you any of these. He went for knight e7, Bacrot played a4. This a4 is always more or less like very interesting idea by white in Ray Lopez, simply because you always can benefit from having a4 being played, reacting at some point with b4 and a5, taking on b5 and opening the a file, always keeping the pawn on a4 and keeping some sort of tension on the queen side, and those are all options, and that's the way it is. Okay, so after like d5, d5 makes perfect sense. d5 makes perfect sense. So I'm just talking, we all know this, actually we professionals, we know that this is well-known theoretical position. But you have to know one thing. From strategic point of view, d5 is just perfect. Also, what is theory but a practice of the best players? So d5 is perfect strategic move that closes up the light square bishop. Now it hits the pawn on d5, and at the same time sending message to this guy saying like, hey buddy, what's your knight doing on a5? It can't go back, so now you have to reroute it by c4, b6, and so on and so on. Well, that's the way it is. After king h8, you instantly can fill black's, like ideas in this one. The idea after king h8 is to go and break on the king side with f5. So after like b4, I spoke about this idea, knight c4, knight f to d2. Now knight d2, and here we eventually had this f5 break by Adam Kozak. Knight b3, pressuring on c5, but also going with the knight on a5 in some lines. So after like c takes, it's black's turn. To be honest with you, I prefer white's position. To be honest with you, I prefer white's position. First of all, this is very interesting tendency in Etienne Bacrot's play. He used to be more like d4 player. For the last 2 games, I see that on a regular basis he does e4. He's doing really well, so did he decide to refresh himself a little bit with his e4 openings and stuff? And he's just doing great. For example, he's always been very strong when it comes to positional chess. Here, f takes e4, it's white's turn. For example, I see knight a5 as one of the most logical things. I wouldn't go with bishop e4 because of knight f6 threatening both bishop on e4 and pawn on d5. But definitely knight a5 would be my pick in this position. Okay, let's go to next game. Nils Grandelius playing black against Volodar Morzin. This was 4 knights in Sicilian, e4, c5, knight f3, e6, d4, knight e4, knight f6, knight c3, and there we go, 4 knights. Here white has so many options, knight db5, knight takes c6 or a3, or even bishop e2. Here, Morzin went for knight db5. When you go with the knight db5, your message is, I am not afraid of Sveshnikov defense. And Sveshnikov defense happens after d6 or Laskier, the way you know it. Bishop f4, e5, bishop g5, a6, knight a3, b5, and either this one or the line where instead of going with a line like this, they just go after like a6, knight a3, b5, go with the knight d5, and for many years, this was one of the most critical positions here for both sides. Young Morzin went with the knight db5, but I just need to tell you that lately, absolutely the most critical line by white is a3. a3 because it fights against some bishop b4 ideas by black, but at the same time, when you play a3, you just want to stop some typical ideas with a6, b5, and b4 by black. So a3 can be, have like some sort of like multiple beneficence for white. So after bishop b4, a3, knight c3, d5, capturing bishop d3, this is the main line. For example, bishop g4. And after bishop g4, playing f3, d4. So what's the point about these positions? And these positions were popular for all these years for both sides. For example, white enjoys bishop pair in this type of games, while black in these type of positions and in this type of games have something completely different. So this is the point. The thing is, after white enjoys a bishop pair, but that's the only thing that white enjoys in these positions. And at some point of development of this variation, it was considered to be a lot better by white. But nowadays, it's not the case anymore because they just realized white has problems with e3 outpost. Another thing, that is not even a typical IQP type of IQP, isolated queen pawn type of position, because they always push that pawn to d4. By pushing that pawn to d4, they're just getting rid of the weakness and they don't have any more isolated pawn on d5 that is turning out to be weak. So this is the point, and after d4, knight e4, knight e4, bishop e4. Here he just goes with the bishop h5, b4, wants to go with some bishop b2, and wants to go with some b5, attacking and weakening the d4, queen b6 over protecting and bringing one of the rooks to the d file, queen to d3 threatening on h7, and there we go. So this is the thing, and this is what we have to check in those positions. So after like queen d3, they just go after the bishop on h7. They would like to, for example, double these heavy pieces with a rook d1, bishop b2. What does black have in return? I just want to remind you on one thing. The worst blocking piece in chess is queen. So having the piece to block the pawn on d4 at some point, not now because h7 is hanging, but for example, when they defend it, they will be having some knight e5. So position is absolutely around, you know, like equal. I don't see any problems for Grandelius, and this is not a challenging opening by white in this game. Let's go with the next one. Santos Latassa against Nasuta. Nasuta is doing good in this tournament. Latassa is always like very dangerous. He's been doing good so far. Knight f3, d6, knight c3, knight f6, capturing by queen, and after knight c6, bringing the queen back all the way to e3. It's very interesting. Then b3 reminds me of my butcher, the Sicilian thing that I go after the e4, c5, knight c3, d6, d4, Carlsen's line. So after bishop b2, a6, rook g1, very creative attempt of going and pushing that pawn to g4. After queen a5 castles, king b1, b5, and now white wants to go all in. So he just wants to go with g4, g5, but at some point, if needed, knight d5, go with the attack, open up the bishop on b2, and go for the pawn on g7, king side, and you just want to choke that king on g8. So that's the way it is. And here, to be honest with you, I prefer a lot more white because of these attacking, you know, like there is like a very nice attacking potential by white in this one. So this is the thing, and this is what we need to be familiar with about this game. Okay, Injic Azarov. Last night we were watching basketball, Red Star Belgrade, and PSG against Bayern Munich. So those were like two good matches to watch, and while I was talking to Injic, he's absolutely aware of, let's just say, pretty solid style of Sergei Azarov. Of course, Injic is way more creative than this guy. He's the favorite in this game, and we just expect somehow to go with some sort of initiative. Although, to be honest, as far as I see, I don't see any problems for black in this game at the moment. So d4, d5, c4, a6, knight c3, bishop e7. If you remember, this bishop e7 was Vasily Ivanchuk's main idea when he played at that time against Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov. An idea of this move is not to allow white to play bishop g5 and to kind of force you to commit yourself with the dark square bishop before he goes with knight f6. So after like c takes, e takes, bishop f4, this is some sort of queen's gambit exchange, and with the bishop on f4, and you're already, if we can talk from psychological point of view, out of your comfort zone. For example, if you prepared positions with the bishop g5. After like c6, c3, bishop f5 makes perfect sense because he just wants, before you play bishop d3 or queen c2, he just wants to have a bishop on the diagonal and says, hey, man, if you want to go bishop d3, I'm happy, because you know that old gold rule in Queen's Gambit orthodox type of games, once the light square bishops are exchanged, black is step closer to equalizing the game. So after like bishop f5, h3, queen b6, I remember when Lubomir Lyubovich did something similar with the black pieces many years ago, And after queen d2, knight f6, knight g on e2, knight b d7, Injic went with the knight g3, he chased the light square bishop, h5, bishop e2, played a3, rook c1, and played bishop to f3. Objectively speaking, black seems fine in this game. I don't see anything challenging about this position from white's point of view, but who knows, maybe Injic is going to come up with some very interesting ideas. Where can he play here? He either can go with the queen on d1 or e2 going after the pawn on h5. That could be challenging, so I gotta correct myself. And second thing could be, I don't know, this bishop on f3, he's just eyeing at some point to go with some e4, but look at this. Defending pawn on b2 is important if you want to go after the pawn on h5. Azarov played queen to b3. That's his move. So his message is, hey man, if you want to go after my pawn on h5, I'll go after the b2 pawn. So that's very interesting. And now it would be very interesting to see what is Injic gonna go for. How is he going to fight against this? To defend pawn on b2 and to go after the pawn on h5. That has to be his main thought at this position. So let's go with Gumulars against Manuel Petrosian. Something very similar to what I like. Yeah, this is Italian opening, modern variation with d3, and Gumulars went for a4. After a5, bishop e3, capturing, recapturing, and I was already explaining you in previous days what's the main point of having the open f-file. Possibility to go with the attack. What's the point of knight e7? Bringing the knight to g6, going with c6 and breaking in the center with d5. What's the point of knight h4? Preventing knight g6 and at some point going with this knight on f5. So after like c6, castles, by the way, here all of a sudden rook f6 becomes one of a very nice but pretty typical exchange sacrifice ideas by white. So after like rook f1, d5, bishop e3, castles, e takes d5, and after like e takes d5, now we're just expecting by black, how is he going to take? For sure, he's going to take by knight, because I don't think anyone is going would risk taking by pawn, because rook takes f6. To me, it looks very nice, bringing the rook to f1, bringing the queen to h5, weakening the d5. This body is going to jump on f5 or g6 at some point, so it looks really, really nice for white. Okay, apart from that, after bishop e3, we now just expect by black to make and come up with his decision. He went c takes d5. And oh la la, we have it. Rook takes f6. That's what we like, to see those kinds of positions, moves, and games. Rook takes f6. He goes with an exchange sack that I previously mentioned, and I really now enjoy white's game. I don't know if it's like fully, like correct or sound, but I definitely enjoy this type of exchange sacrifice. He wants to go with a queen h5, rook f1, and white seems to, in my opinion, have a very nice practical compensation. Let's go. In the game was g takes f6, and the question is queen h5 or rook f1. He went for a queen f3, so I didn't guess the right move. He went for a queen f3, threatening on f6, threatening on d5, and it looks interesting. Okay, we'll follow this game with a great attention, so let's move on to the next one. Shant Sargsyan against Jan Subel. Subel made a very nice win over Kovalyev yesterday, so this is, at first glance, a pretty good position from strategic point of view for white. From dynamic point of view, black has to go for some sort of craziness and to use this bishop pair somehow. So let's take a look at this one. e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, bishop takes c6, d takes c6, b3. Lately, especially after Grandmaster Gajewski, who was in Wishes Anand's team for his World Championship title, and generally he was in his team. He made a great book with the analysis. He actually came up here with d3, knight bd2 for white, and we saw already like 2 games there. But here Sargsyan went with b3. After knight e7, bishop b2, d6, e5. It makes perfect sense, because when you play e5, okay, this guy played knight f5, but what's the point? If d5, now you're weakening this body, and then you go, for example, c4 to fix the weakness, then you go knight c3, knight a4, bishop goes on a3, and everything what you do in this type of position is aimed against the pawn on c5. So bishop a3, knight c3, knight a4, c4 to fix the weakness. Even if it's needed, rook c1, and you just go after the weakness. That's why Subel played knight f5, knight c3, f6, forcing this guy to take, but okay. From strategic point of view, Black is the one who's suffering. From dynamic point of view, he's just enjoying some sort of like bishop pair and possible dynamics on the king side if he ever manages to launch the attack somehow. Quite an interesting game, and we move on to the next one. This is game, I apologize. This is game between Clement Isichev and Zvane Erasmus. In the game was e5, Rai Lopez, Berlin defense, knight e4, taking on e5 and bringing this bishop to f1. Probably if, as a commentator, I hate to see something here. Those are these boring games in the Berlin defense, but you could hear Grandmaster Sholak, who was our guest a few days ago, and he said Berlin is great against Rai Lopez, and looks like Black absolutely don't have any problems in equalizing with Berlin defense. So it's a very nice and reasonable tendency by Black to play Berlin defense and to equalize with Black pieces like that. So after, especially in such an important competition, this is not an open tournament, this is European Championship. So after a c4 to stop d5, d4, this guy says, okay, you didn't stop me of playing d5, bishop b4 first to get rid of the weakness. Otherwise, if you take and queen takes, rook takes e7 piece. So he just says, okay, I'll first include bishop b4, getting rid of that. Let's exchange a little bit more. And if you ask me, this absolutely looks fine for Black. So after rook e5, bishop c4, getting rid of the blockade on d5. So after bishop d7, a3, rook a to e8, queen e3, h3, absolutely equalish type of the game. Vocatura against Seaman. This guy Seaman is absolute, surprise for me. I've never heard of him, and he's just doing really well. He's even an FM, but he's performing really well so far. What was this? This was freak attack, right? So e4, c5, knight f3, yes, no, it's not. I thought it was rook g1. It's called freak attack. So he just went for bishop e3, e5, knight b3, bishop e7, some sort of like rook g1 similar idea. We all know that Vocatura likes these type of open games with lots of sacrifices. He went with h3 to play g4. He did it. And on the other hand, Seaman just broke in the center by playing d5. Once again, we have approach that I already emphasized previously. When someone plays on the wing, you should be playing in the center. Who said that? Big Nimzovic. Okay. Somebody said, guys, can someone tell Kuparadze that he's playing classical, not blitz? Well, that's a good point, but the guy just cannot resist not to make a move, as you heard Mr. Azmai Parashvili, who spoke about his chess and games. So this is a roughly equal game. I absolutely don't think that Black should have any problems here. Kuzubov against Milan Zajic. Milan Zajic was GM at the age of 16. Milan Zajic was a worldwide champion under 16. I was his coach for all these years, so that's why I know his successes and results really well. And then he simply disappeared from chess for like 3 years. Then he got back, but now just like you see, it's not easy. His rating is suffering, but it's this tournament, he's just performing so well. He already beat up like 3 GMs, but 3 strong GMs, and he's now doing good. He's playing against Yuri Kozubov. He just went for Nimzo Indian, and after Queen C2, went for Castles A3. Recently, I read an article with B5 for black here. I don't know if you, first of all, if you've ever seen this gambit against this, and after C takes B5, C6, and this variation was considered not to be that good for black for all these years, unless they take, and if white takes, then it's fantastic for black. Like some bishop A6 or bishop B7, knight A5, queen goes somewhere, rook fc8, and black is just performing so well. But then I found analysis of Kasim Janov, who came up with some very nice lines for black and found very interesting ways of playing this gambit with the black pieces. Zajic didn't go for that. He went for d6. I just have to tell you that I played a very interesting game with black pieces twice in my career with the queen e8. Very surprising move, aimed against bishop g5. I won both of those games with the black pieces. An idea by Michael Adams. And the thing is, when they go with something like knight f3, you just go d6, and whenever they go with something, you just go with a5 and a4. And some very surprising ideas by black. But Zajic opted for d6, which is one of the most solid options. And whoever plays d6, he just wants to go and break in the center with e5. Absolutely the most dangerous approach by white is f3 followed by e4. And here Zajic opted for c5. That's just one of the options. For example, I remember not Istratescu from Romania, but Iordachescu was another guy who, in this position, I believe he's from Moldova, he's the guy who went for e5 in this position and went for some sort of those lines breaking in the center with e5, but he doesn't want to release the tension and play some b6 and stuff like that. Zajic went for c5, d takes, knight takes, bishop e3, queen c7, knight e2, knight e4, bishop a6. Relatively interesting position, but as far as I'm concerned, white has bishop pair, more of a space, and white looks slightly better. Although this is going to be an interesting game, especially for Serbian fans and for me as Zajic ex-coach. So let's go. We go for next one, Momchil Petkov against Darda. This is well-known position. Computers absolutely assess this position in white's favor, but it's not like that. This was Nimzo Indian, same-ish variation with early a3. So e3, castles, a3, yes, c5, bishop d3, knight c6, b6, bishop a6, knight goes back to e8, and all is black doing here is knight a5, going after the c4 pawn. After d5, he's just sacking the pawn on c4 for locking the knight for the rest of the game on e8. I remember when Judith Polgar played against someone playing black, and she went with this plan, grabbed the pawn, and I eventually believe she lost the game with the white piece. Ever since then, that variation became very popular. Maybe it was Larry Christensen playing white. But the thing is, this variation is absolutely not that challenging. So maybe there is some difference with having the rook on b1, but I don't see why would it be so. Maybe, do you know why? Because if he takes, maybe I'm figuring out something. If you, in general, you always can win this pawn, but here that's not a case, because that line of Judith Polgar was with b5, but here b5 doesn't exist due to rook on b1. So this could be a very interesting rook b1 idea by white in this position, and it's aimed against exactly this idea where black goes for bishop a6, knight a5. So this could be interesting one, and it would be very interesting to see what's going to happen there. Let's see a few more games. Ulvi Sadikov against Eltaj Safarli, they already drew the game. Mari Trosian against Kukmazov. I definitely prefer white, and recently I was just checking some games in this variation. This is d4, knight f6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, d takes e4. It's Vienna opening, and after e4, bishop b4, bishop g5, h6. Here, black has three options. Black always wants to, and there are so many guys who always try to defend this pawn, but that's bad. Because when they play b5, you play a4, c6, and you can go with this type of positions. It's known to be refuted ever since Kramnik destroyed Carlsen in their game in Monte Carlo, I believe. So it's a takes, e takes, e5, sorry, e5, and after like h6, bishop h4, or first e takes, f takes like this, and this is one of the most critical lines and what is supposed to be a lot better. Then black can go with famous variation c5, where white has d5, e5, queen a4, bishop c4. For example, I really enjoy this queen a4 options. And the thing is, there is finally a line with h6 that happened in this game. It's considered to be easy game for white. So you take on f6, you take on c4, and you always neglect the pawn on d4 because you just want to kick that queen away with e5, get some space, and launch the attack on the king's side. So what happens there? After like castle, c takes, and d5, that's what you do. Now you pretend like d4 pawn doesn't exist. And basically, since the d file is closed, it helps you to bring your queen, rook, and knight, and all your minor pieces onto the king's side. After like knight e4, that happened in this game. So what do we have there? After like knight e4, then knight c6, queen c1. Very interesting idea. Usually, white goes with a3 to kick this bishop away. It goes back to e7. Then you go queen e2. Then you go like rook a d1 and rook f to e1. F to e1, and knight goes back to g3. And you possibly want to reroute the light square bishop to the diagonal on the king's side and go bishop d3, queen e4, and to attack. But the thing is, this guy played knight e4, knight c6, queen c1, bringing this queen onto the king's side and preparing for the attack. Very interesting thing here, and I like this idea. For me, this is something new. Maritrosian went for queen f4, rook f to d1, rook a to c1, and this guy very bravely played the short castle. I prefer here white. I simply enjoy positions with lots of tactics and simply prospects for initiative and attack on the king's side. Okay, Gorstein against Anton Gihara, who managed to win yesterday in a very difficult endgame. This is a relatively unclear Catalan opening. Then we have Blockberger against Wojtaszek. Wojtaszek is not having an easy time so far in this tournament. He's one of the highest rated players in the tournament. Okay, in this game, position looks roughly equal, although I don't see problems for black, and since he already broke with f5, he should be pretty much okay with his game. Ivan Šarić against Garibian Mamikon. Ivan Šarić is doing good with white pieces, bringing that rook all the way to a3 to chase away the queen on a8. Looks like something very creative. He threatens to win the piece on the spot, so basically black has to move the queen. And then he might be, I don't know, going with the rook lifting, sliding this rook along the third rank onto the king's side. So this could be like a very, very interesting game there. Okay, what else do we have in this position? So we have like Samunenkov against Nair. It looks like another Catalan game, but in my opinion, even though position is equal in terms of material, white has a little bit better position. Yarparhov against Rakhmanov. Rakhmanov looks pretty much satisfying in this position with black. This was this Nimzo, or this was Queen's Gambit exchanged? Yeah, Queen's Gambit exchanged with bishop e7, knight e8, bringing the knight to d6, rook e8, a5. And just like you see, Rakhmanov always comes up with these interesting opening ideas in his games. That's very interesting. Then what else do we have? Paul Welton against Maxim Chigaev. Oh, finally one King's Indian to make my life happier here, to see some excitement. Okay, King's Indian h3, e5, knight g on e2, e takes. So he went early for e takes d4, rook e8, knight bd7, c6, and this looks like a cool position for both sides, although I don't see problems as a King's Indian player, for a King's Indian player here for Chigaev at this moment. Okay, guys, so you know what? We just have to keep on analyzing all these games. Let me just once again check what's happening on top boards, and then I'll just make a coffee break, and I'll bring some first guests here. And of course, somebody asked me, do I plan to bring Ivanchuk being guest here? Yes, of course, I do plan that, but we're just expecting him to win, and at the same time, we gotta make break at that time. He made 2 wins last 2 rounds, and also it's not easy to catch them because I'm doing this broadcasting and I don't know when do they finish their games, and they just have to come here. So they're like, I definitely plan to bring him here, and he would be one of the, I would say, golden guests here. So that's one thing. Let's just get back to these games. Korobov against Korkolos. Looks like he's defending himself well. Korkolos just played g4. You know what? If g4 works out in this game, it is going to be fantastic for black. If the whole plan turns out to be pretty much, you know, just like kind of, you know, this g4 could be a way of a bluffing idea, especially against these high-rated opponents. It could work against me, it can work against some weaker GMs, but let's just see if Korobov is going to fall for this whole concept with the h6, g5, and the rook g8. I don't think Korobov is having some special problems here. I just have to say that, speaking from attacking point of view and creative point of view, this looks pretty interesting for black, but I don't see anything, for example, that special, even if h4 happens. h4 followed by threatening f5. I also don't see, for example, f5, exactly. I was about to say what happens after f5. So after like f5, he's threatening the bishop on e6, g takes h3, he's willing to get a piece. How is this guy going to claim that advantage? Of course, he cannot take the bishop because of rook g2 and mate. First, he has to defend on g2. And when he defends on g2, afterwards, he's going to make sure to win the bishop on e6. And that's why you can't count on these kinds of things and I'd say openings and plans against top guys. Korobov is certainly one of those guys. And when you try to bluff them with those kinds of systems or to go for those type of things, you have lots of difficulties because they just grab your piece, take the piece, defend themselves and say, see you next time. And in my opinion, Korobov seems to know what he's doing really well, what he's doing in this position, and he's just performing like a really, really nice defense with the white pieces. Somebody asked me, why don't I play? I was supposed to play, but then I got an offer to be a commentator, and I believe since I'm doing this for the second time, this could actually third time. I was first on Chessbra for Pro League, then European Team Championship, and now I'm just doing this one. This is also very interesting. I like it. I'm enjoying. It's not so easy when you do it by yourself only, but hopefully you're satisfied. Nobody complains. That's important. So let's go on the next one. Korobov is in full control of the game. I prefer his position. Nija Tapasov, I spoke about this one, and I preferred his game. Ever since its opening, I didn't like the way that when Sarana played 94, simply didn't like that plan, but okay, this is probably his plan. Sarana is always, just like I told you in previous couple of days, always cutting edge prepared, so for sure he knows what he's doing. Bernatsky against Ponomaryov, it's a little bit better position for white, but nothing that special. Okay, he just enjoys a little bit more space, but Ponomaryov is okay with this type of games. Then we have Nguyen against Zvane Deidru. Kuparadze, he's blitzing out all the time, and he's in absolute control of the game against Gledura, so looks like this might be a draw. Denis Kadri drew against Sargsyan. Navara is a little bit better against Mastrovasilis, but I have to remind you on one fact. Principle of two weaknesses exist in chess. Here there is only one weakness, and it's possibly backward pawn on c6. Okay. Then we have Yargos Peshek against Jules Mussar. It's a very interesting game with mutual chances on both sides, so I really enjoyed this one. But Mussar looks okay as long as the king on d1 looks badly placed there. So this is the thing. Another thing is Pretke Iskandarov. Let's just take a look what's happening in the game. Pretke enjoys like a little bit more space, which is very typical for French advanced. Asipenko against Brkic, the game goes like this, and Asipenko enjoys a little bit more space with a good placement of his pieces that control the center, so white has to be a bit better. Goryachkin against Gelfand, we spoke about this game. I prefer a little bit more white, because white, but look at this, Gelfand also doesn't have any problems on the d file, because Rook a8 going after the d4 pawn, so I'd say with mutual chances on both sides. Kobalia Shevchenko, this is what we have, like he's got a pawn majority on the queen side, but pawn majority that he cannot take advantage of. Shevchenko, on the other hand, has a pretty nice bishop on g7, knight on c5. Looks like absolutely fine for black. Then we have Ivanchuk, who drew against Vugarasadli already, so Ivanchuk finished his game. Then we have Laursas against Cheparinov. Now it looks more and more drawish. And guys, I believe it's time to say, okay, Maya, enough talking, buddy. Let's go for some coffee, and then I'm gonna see you very soon. See you very soon, guys. Zato što sa klaskitom pravimo jednu konekciju. Welcome back, guys, to the broadcasting of the European Championship 2023. We're in the 7th round and we have a new guest. It's my dear friend, 11 times Serbian billiard champion, twice Eastern European champion, and he got so many titles in billiards. But why is he here? Because at the same time, he's also a great chess player. So we just want to see like the connection between chess and pool billiard. Welcome, and can you please tell us a little bit more about yourself, tournament, your experience and everything?
Hi Michko, I would like to say hello to all chess fans and chess fans actually, and I'm really honored to be your guest. I mean, it's a big pleasure to analyze a little bit.
Pleasure is mine.
To analyze with you such a games. Maybe I'm not so right person for that, but I will try to do my best.
You are. You beat me in blitz.
Sometimes, yeah, it happens once in a while. Thanks for such a nice words. Even my mother wouldn't say such a nice words about me. Well, first of all, I have to say I'm really surprised. It's a great organization. I took a short term in the venue. So many players, it's unbelievable, and referees, everything is great. Really, I like it. Really
so you like the organization, you like the playing hall?
Everything is good. I mean, I'm shocked, to be honest.
There are like so many volunteers who also
so many
help.
Everything's organized. I mean, you don't waste the time, because all my life I'm in the events, playing pool or something. But this is perfect, really.
As a chess player, you're like around 2100. Speaking of your billiards, you're like 2800. So basically, can you make the connection between chess and billiard? And can you please tell us, for example, from chess perspective or from professional billiard sports, do you actually get some sort of benefits from chess in your sport?
Well, a good question. I mean, you get a benefit in a pool because, especially in the last period, they put on every tournament's shot clock, so you have to react pretty fast. So, I mean, it's good. From one point of view, it's good because you can analyze the game in pool very quick. If you play 9 ball, so it's from 1 to 9, you have to see the position, the white ball, cue ball for the next ball. So you got to see all the game, so it's entire game. So for that perspective, it's very good. But from what is the bad thing is sometimes you overanalyze. It's the big weakness, you know, in the pool, because sometimes maybe I have so many options, and this is intuitive game. You have to play what you see first. You have to play like this. I mean,
That's why you like blitz so much.
That's why I like blitz, yeah. Because even if I make a mistake, maybe it doesn't cost me too much.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's good, of course. You know, I mean, it's connected because it's so many combinations. So of course, it's good. You know.
And there are so many games in billiard. For example, you're expert for which one?
Maybe the best results I have in the Europe, I have in 8-ball. So it's famous pool. Everybody knows it's like you have solid stripes and you play the black in the last. So it's more or less everybody knows that game. But 9-ball, it's the most popular game for the kids. So 9-ball I like the most. What can I do?
You like the most?
The 9-ball, yeah. You watch some game. You watch a few tournaments with me, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. I watched you on TV so many times. I was cheering up for you. I said, "That's my friend. I know him. We just want him to win."
So that's how to say. Maybe this is the close thing about pool and the chess. But the biggest difference is how to say. In chess, you think very good. You analyze everything and you make a move. That's it. But in a pool, you have to think, to analyze, and you must have skill to do it, you know, to perform it. So that's a little bit.
Well, yeah. But okay, in chess you can also think and use whatever time you like. Still, if you're not good enough, it's nothing.
Yeah, no, I don't say this is more difficult or this more difficult. It's just I'm saying the difference about the games. It's very difficult because in chess, if you make one mistake, probably you're bye bye, ciao. In a pool, maybe you have something, maybe you miss. In pool, there is a luck, certain amount of luck, you know, on a high level.
In chess also, there is a certain amount of luck sometimes. So if somebody blunders in an equal position...
Yeah, but this is the human factor, you know, in a pool, it's you can miss the ball and you can snooker the opponent. So how to say, no, in chess there is no luck, I think.
There is like lots of lately cheating in chess. There is no that kind of thing in billiard, right?
No, cheating no, because it's everything obvious. You have the clear information on the table, that's it, you play, and you cannot cheat. I mean, there is no some magnetic field.
Can we consider that somebody's taking some sort of help, or if he takes something physical or...
Yeah, it can be. No,
it
can be, yeah, but I never thought about that, but
Okay.
it can be. Yeah, but we have a doping test, it's very serious, so, I mean, they're strict about that, so I don't think... I mean, maybe somebody used, but I don't know. About me, I know only water.
Our spectators are about to see your chess skills. So now, would you mind sharing your thoughts and analysis on these games with us?
Thank you. I watch a little bit just before we start to commentate. I see the white is quite better here. Maybe.
This Greek guy is performing really well in this tournament. He's really playing well. He's fighting hard, he's creative, but today's opening choice went well for him. But basically the idea with h6, g5, rook g8, and afterwards g4, I believe he was trying to more or less bluff Korobov, and maybe you're supposed to do that against weaker guys, but on this level it definitely doesn't work.
I don't know, I also sustain that theory of Greek guy. When I'm weaker, when I know I'm weaker, I will try the same thing, maybe to surprise him at some point.
Definitely here, white is a lot better, as you see. Lest Korobov's move was rook f5, he now just wants to...
Exchange, yeah?
To exchange, to reduce the material and the board.
And the peaceful endgame probably to...
Exactly.
Yeah.
When you're up materially, you should exchange your pieces. So this is that game, and this is the most important game because
they're fighting for the first place. Sorry,
that's good. Both of these guys are on.
Yeah, but this guy, Greek guy, it's pretty underdog here. I mean, or in the rating,
He's an IM. He's not even a GM. So you have like top 30 boards.
So far, this is for him. It's unbelievable, result. So
it is.
Yeah,
it is. He's doing really great, but I'm not that surprised because I saw him winning some very important games in previous tournaments as well. So he's really good.
So I'm cheering for him.
Yeah,
I'm cheering for him.
So let's go to the next one. This is
Ah, this is my from my club, from our club actually.
From
yeah,
our
from
club.
sorry, like our club.
Sarana
yeah.
is ours.
Sarana is ours. Okay, so we have to cheer for him, and it's equal, huh?
It's equal. Sarana is great in practical play. Lately, he's been playing all those faster time controls on chess.com.
He had some great results lately, yeah, in the Blitz.
He beat Mamedyarov in a fantastic game.
He beat Magnus, I think.
I believe, I don't know what happened in the end of the match. Who won the match?
I don't remember, but I think.
I believe Magnus won the match, but he won quite a few games.
Maybe. Now I don't remember the structure of the tournament, but I remember he beat him one game for sure.
That you're right about that. So here it's pretty much equal.
But I like here the black position.
You
From
like
the first,
black.
let's say first side for black position. I like it.
You're pretty much subjective here.
Subjective, yeah. It's not, huh?
No, it is. It is about equal because white also has like control of the d files, possibly some rook d7, queen b7, rook c7. So it's approximately equal.
What is the best move here for the white?
I don't know.
Rook d2 or no?
I wouldn't defend that. I would go with rook d7, go for
queen b2.
But no, wait a second.
Queen b2,
queen b2.
Ah, you're testing me, huh? If I see.
Some strong moves here.
Yeah, you're testing me. See.
Maybe rook c2 because you can't
Rook
take on
c2.
b2 because of e6, e1 chili. And so I'd be able to go with rook d7 afterwards.
Now rook c2. Yeah, but rook b2, rook c2, rook b2.
But then rook b2, queen e6 check.
Okay.
Then
King h8.
He'd be up a pawn. Black would be up a pawn in that case.
Wait.
Sorry,
Rook c2, rook b2, yeah?
Rook
so,
c2, rook b2.
So if we exchange, queen e6, king h8, it's equal.
Yeah.
Not bad, huh? And you have the free pawn on the B, how you call it in the chess in chess language when you have the free.
No, you're right about that. But this is like equalish type of the game. What do we have there? Ponomarev drew against Vrnjacki.
Ponomarev, no? Ponomarev, he didn't play lately so much, yeah? Or
He didn't play in so many tournaments, but as you know, he was world champion.
he was world champion. When I was kid, he was, he was star, rising star.
Yeah, but well, he's always so dangerous, and in this tournament, he only lost to Korobov. So today in this Ukrainian derby, he just drew with the black pieces, which is, I believe, okay result, and he's fighting for top 23 places because top 23 places just qualify
For the World Cup,
for the World Cup.
Yeah.
Nguyen against Zvane, it's drawn. Kuparadze, this guy is interesting because he's just blitzing out in all his games. And now he's lost.
He's lost, huh? Yeah, completely lost.
Look at his time. Now he finally took some time. It's a 40th move. So basically after he makes the next move, the time is going to be added on his clock. But he's lost. It was completely drawish type of the game.
Yeah.
Although now he's lost.
There is no eternal chess here, no? Yeah, it's queen d1, no, nothing, no?
Queen d1,
No.
king
H2.
h2, queen f3,
Queen f3, queen e5.
queen f4.
No, queen e3, queen e5 chess, yeah?
No, you don't need to give check. Queen f4.
Ah, queen f4, yeah.
And
yeah.
You're just promoting on b8.
Yeah. But I mean, even if you give chess, you can checkmate.
Same thing.
So,
Same thing.
even checkmate him. Yeah?
If he goes on g8, if he goes on h7, you
bravo,
have to defend queen
bravo,
f2.
Bravo. That's why I am, and I'm just 2100.
I wouldn't say that. You're good enough. I wouldn't dare to play match in billiard and chess against you. Because for sure I would lose in billiard and
there is some small chances.
So definitely you would have some chances there.
Does our friend Jovelja watch us? Is he watching us?
Yes.
Big hello for our brother, the biggest talent in soccer.
Big LA Galaxy striker.
My first student, and then I should give him in the good hands. Professor Perunovic. Okay, next.
This is winning for Gladura. Sargsyan drew against Denis Kadric.
Kadric also has a good tournament, yeah?
Kadric has amazing tournament so far. He beat Musar yesterday, drew against Gelfand.
Nice.
This time against Sargsyan, he's doing great. You can just check like this and you see all his opponents.
He just lost one game against Ponomarev, yeah?
He lost to Ponomarev, beat Musar, Gelfand, Sargsyan drew, so he's doing great
Bravo,
so far.
bravo.
Navara Master Vasilis. I spoke about this game. Navara is always very dangerous. At
In
this
Czech Republic, yeah?
Yeah. He's got lots of experience altogether with Ivanchuk and Gelfand, probably he's the guy, and Korobov and Ponomarev. Those are the guys with the most experience.
Yeah. He's also pretty much equal, huh?
It is, but he's got some weaknesses to play on. D5, he's weak. He doesn't have any weaknesses. So definitely it's tiny bit better for white.
So Queen D4, no? It's an...
Queen D4, Knight B3. Boom.
Bravo. I just, if you're attention,
checking,
you really pay attention, really bravo, I like it. You can't be surprised.
You guys see, he's just asking if I pay attention or not.
No, you're the best commentator they could find. Rook D1, no?
A Rook D1 is good. Even Queen B4 to pin the queen. But okay, objectively speaking, this should be drawn, although white is slightly better.
White can play on a win, yeah?
Yeah, he's the one who can push for a win here, so that would be good. This is quite an interesting game. What would you say? Who's better here?
Sorry, it's complicated, so too many pieces on the board.
Yeah, it is complicated.
From the first impression, when I see the board, for me, white is better for me. But probably I'm wrong, but...
Yeah, but look at the king on D1. King on D1 is what makes his position being kind of shaky.
Yeah.
But it's unclear. It's unclear. Your assessment is okay here, so it's...
I mean, F5, he cannot play, huh? Or?
Well, at the moment not, because queen is hanging. So just
No, okay, but I mean like idea, in general,
F5
yeah.
and F6 has to be the idea if you can manage to do it. That's why black went for 94.
He has to change, I think, now the bishop, yeah? Bishop knight, no?
Bishop E4, D takes E4.
Queen G2 maybe, and then push G5 or...
He probably has to give up knight for the bishop on C6 if he wants to enjoy anyhow or to find some sort of salvation here.
But tell me, I'm just asking now, it's not, if he changes, so bishop takes E4,
D takes E4.
D takes, C3, maybe to like...
Yeah, to cement his...
To cement that.
Yeah, he can absolutely do it.
Yeah.
You're good in cementing this thing.
Cement, this is good, yeah.
Guys, he plays very boring London system, so this guy...
This is the only thing I know. That's why I play. And then Queen G2 and try to King C2 to maybe to put the...
I just spoke to Maria, Nicola's wife. She played blitz games against you, and she said he came up with new system. D4, bishop F4, E3, H4, and I said, I know he wants it.
H4 is good, yeah. Because everybody play H5, then you can play on G6 weaknesses.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you kill it. So, okay, this is...
Okay, we're gonna see if he changed. It's a nice game, I like that game.
Pretcase, now Serbian, highest rated player.
So we have to cheer for him, of course.
We gotta cheer for him. Do you have that in billiard, like somebody's changing the nationality?
Unfortunately, we have, but on the opposite. We have a Serbian guy from Novi Sad, Sandor Tot. He's a guy with the most titles, the great player, and he was the Europe champion, but under the Hungarian flag. In Tampere in Finland. And what is the symbolic this year is also the European champion in Tampere in Finland. Maybe I will go in June, beginning of June. I'm thinking about going. So Sandor, actually, he played for Hungary, unfortunately.
Exactly.
He didn't bring the gold for us. We have, yeah, but not so often. Because in the pool, I mean, our how to say the other federation doesn't give you something that why the player would change, you know, the like nationality or something like
good enough conditions.
Yeah, as a citizenship or something. So everybody play for them.
Who would you prefer in this position?
White.
I would also prefer white.
White. I like the white.
Look at his bishop and
bishop
possibly these knights.
Oh no,
Vrnjacka is doing great. He's especially good in middle games. He somehow always outplays his opponents in middle games, and
so he's strategically he's very strong. Huh?
He's strategically in play somehow he's like a lot better than others. So yeah, just like you said, strategically he's very very strong.
I mean the black bishop, the white square bishop is weak.
Yeah, white square bishop on c8 is closed, kind of locked there.
Kind of locked, yeah.
So white is a lot better here.
Yeah.
You're right. This is Esipenko against Brkic.
Esipenko.
Brkic so far is having a good tournament. Yesterday he was winning against Vrnjacka, but he missed win.
So they draw or he lost?
They drew.
They draw.
They drew, yeah. And this one absolutely looks equalish. Maybe a little bit better.
Yeah.
For white.
But to be honest, those games for me are so tough. You know, like.
Okay. I mean, they're even tough for us. Not to mention.
I don't see the plan. You know, when I don't see the clear plan, then for me it's how to say.
Possibly one of the plans to defend this on a2 and to somehow use pawn majority on the king side, 4 against 3, and to start pushing these pawns. But it's always difficult when the king is on the side where the pawn majority is. So that's the way it is. Vrnjacka against Gelfand.
Vrnjacka also has a good tournament, huh?
She has a great tournament. She really plays strong chess. Yesterday, she demolished her opponent with black pieces. So
really? Oh.
She's really good. Here,
I also like her position also more.
It's okay. It's a nice knight on d5, but now she has to
move it. Yeah. On c3 or
most likely it's gonna be drawn.
Draw, huh?
With a precise play by both sides.
Yeah. She will play knight c3, yeah. Oh.
Or knight f6, bishop f6, rook d7, but then rook d2. So knight c3 is the only move. You're right. Knight c3 looks like the only move, but I see some practical problems for white. Knight c3, bishop b3, and then when you play rook d7,
you cannot actually, yeah. No, I see.
Cannot bring your rook to.
Yeah, then you have to play king e3, yeah. Not allowed to come on the second square, yeah. On second, how do you say?
But then bishop f8 followed by bishop c5. So and also g5 possibilities to break those pawns. Maybe Gelfand can. At first glance, it looked a lot better for white than at like second thought it looks. But okay.
So maybe knight e3, yeah.
But it's the same. Knight e3 or knight c3, just bishop b3 in both of these cases.
Yeah, but you play knight.
Knight to e3, bishop b3. Then you gotta take on d7, I take on d7.
No.
Maybe bishop d1 to get rid of the bishop on b3, and then bringing the bishop somewhere so you can play rook d1. But okay, maybe white has some practical problems too.
It's interesting game, yeah.
It's a tiny bit better for black, I'd say.
And this is controversial game.
Yeah, this is Kobali against Shevchenko, and we'll see what's gonna happen. Okay, it's a little bit better for black because he's got a broken pawn structure. Knight is doing better than. Okay, bishop is doing good, but basically he cannot take advantage of.
Only now in blitz c5.
Yeah, exactly.
Queen e5.
That is not even a bad idea. But unfortunately,
it's a black move.
It's black's move, yeah. But okay, black is better in this one. So let's see. This is Ivanchuk.
Ivanchuk, yeah.
Legendary
GM,
yeah. Who so far has a pretty solid tournament, 3 wins.
Decent, huh? No lost, yeah?
Yeah, no losses. So he's just warming up for the end of the tournament, and He's always like one of the biggest favorites. Lourdes against Chaparinov.
Oh, tough game. I don't say nothing.
It's with mutual chances, or maybe it looked a lot better for Black at some point. With better chances. It never looked a lot better, but it looked with the better practical chances. But it's not like that anymore, I believe, in this.
It's not good to exchange white bishop here, yeah?
Yeah. So this is the thing.
Queen c7 after exchange, no? It's not good, huh?
Like bishop e6, queen c7.
Yeah.
But it could be an idea. That's why he probably played knight e5, I don't know. A pretty complicated game on both sides, with lots of counter chances on both sides.
I mean, he cannot play...
But bishop e1, for example, knight to d3 to defend and to parry out that threat by black. Bishop e1, knight to d3. That could be an interesting thing.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the games of Bakroy is just doing better against Kozak. He's got a bishop pair, for example, here. Bishop pair, possible attack.
No, I like a white position here.
Yeah, nice. Grandilius against Morzin. Have you ever heard of Capablanca's idea that the queen and the knight are a little bit better than the queen and the bishop?
Yeah?
But okay, here position is with the rooks on the board, so it's roughly equal.
It's better black for a little.
Santos Latasa, I immediately said in the beginning of this broadcast that I like his position, and he's much
Winning.
better.
Yeah, he's winning.
He's winning.
Most, yeah.
Winning, you're right. Injic Azarov.
Injic.
Let's take a look at this game.
Injic is...
Doesn't look good at first glance for Injic. I don't know what was happening. I said in the beginning of the game that I wasn't fully satisfied.
He was struggling with the opening, yeah?
I can't say that he was struggling, but he didn't manage anything, for example, at this point.
I think I saw this position live when I was there.
Bishop c7.
What is the idea? Not allowed queen on b6
yeah,
back?
he wants to trap the,
no, to trap the queen, yeah.
With the bishop d1 at some
yeah,
point.
but
Azarov played knight b6. Bishop b6. If you have to play bishop b6 and to give it up,
and now?
knight a4, queen d1 goes after h5. Oh, Azarov tricked him. Sacked rook temporarily to pick the knight to win on h4 to control the dark squares. This looks extremely difficult for Injic.
Rook f3, just to play, no?
Rook f3 seems to be the only move, maybe.
Rook f4, rook h4.
But from practical point of view, this looks very difficult. You got a weak king, he's got a bishop pair, he's got a bishop and pawn for the rook. You have weakness on e3, possibly weak pawn on h4. Your knight isn't doing that special on e2.
He's just defending the knight.
He's in serious difficulties in this position. Gumularis Petrosian, they drew the game. I spoke about this game because something interesting happened in this game. At this point, he sacked an exchange, went with a queen f3 after the d5 pawn, included rook into the attack, and at this point, took on d5 and they drew the game. Quite an interesting game by
They
White.
draw here?
They drew the game here.
Yeah. He cannot take because, queen g3?
Yes,
he cannot take. Yeah, he cannot take.
You have nice
Manuel?
bullet skills.
Yeah.
We can see that. Full of tricks.
No, so like one move, I can see it. Don't worry.
Sargsyan drew against young Slovenian guy who's doing great. Sikchev against.
That was funny. He beat our brother Marcetic in the first round,
Yeah.
but it was a big fight. It was a big fight from Nicola. He played good.
Okay. Vakatura Simen, this guy Simen is doing great throughout the whole tournament, and
A lot of youngsters on this tournament, huh?
I've been playing all these European Championships ever since 2008, and it's always the most difficult tournament because you have bunch of young players, underrated, and they're just looking for scalps and for your rating.
We have the same thing in the pool. When in Euro Tours, it's the toughest tournaments, in Europe. So many players from every country, and they all play good. They all play good. I mean, you beat 9-6 somebody, you play almost without mistake, but you hardly beat him.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you think, how can I win? The first round I play and hardly beat somebody who doesn't miss. You know, I mean, you give yourself like 200%. So I understand how difficult it can be.
You understand the point. Let's take a look at one more game by my
Zajic.
ex-student.
He also has a good tournament here, huh?
He beat up 3 GMs,
Nice.
fighting hard. He already played against Kuzubov, I believe, once or twice and lost those games, but he's performing in this game. He's suffering because of lack of the bishop pair and lack of the space. But okay, I'd say he's defendable. It's a little.
What is the idea for the black here?
To wait.
To wait, huh? To defend,
wait.
huh? To wait and
Just to sit and wait, and white can double these rooks and the
G4, G5, or
G4, G5. White is definitely better. That's why I'm telling you, bishop pair and more space.
And Kuzubov, older player, younger player, I don't know.
No, he's
30 years.
Why, yeah, exactly. But maybe we can now that consider old for these new conditions in chess.
Yeah.
He played rook h2, d1 normal move. It's absolutely fine.
Like hitting the square on the d6.
Yeah, he just wants to double
Mm-hmm.
on the d file at some point, but he has to make sure not to blunder some tactics. Although
In a blitz is obvious. You play
exactly.
94.
But it's okay position. I mean, just like I said, white is slightly better because of space, bishop pair, but it's looking okay.
In some point he can promote like b5. In some point, I mean b5 or play on this or no.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
So that's why he moved the queen, so he can now cope with both d5 or b5, looking after the queen on c3.
I mean, that's what I see for the black.
It's pretty nice. Okay, Andrea, so thank you so much for being our guest today.
Thank you for inviting me. It was my pleasure. I hope I didn't make so many mistakes here in
No, you
analysis.
didn't. You were actually doing better than me, so it's good.
It's good when I see this line, you know, I see who is better, so I can say. But I don't look to so much.
Many times when we had all these top GMs being guests here, they didn't enjoy the analysis of the engine.
Yeah, no, but I don't see.
But by the way, we don't use like concrete moves. Yeah. Some of the spectators say, "Why don't you bring up some moves?" No, we want to have without engines.
Yeah,
we gotta fight against that.
I like it.
Thanks so much once again.
Thank you for inviting me.
In your career as a team captain and as a player as well.
Thank you. Hope to see you more and enjoy and have a nice week. And thanks for inviting me.
Thanks so much.
Bye, guys.
See you
Ciao.
later, buddy. Okay, you had a chance to see a guy who made a great connection between chess and pool billiard. Andrea Klasovic, 11 times Serbian champion. And this was a very refreshing experience, even for me as a commentator. Okay, so let's go with this, guys. Zajic is suffering in this game. Let's get back to the top game and to the most critical one. Koroba was doing great. I was talking about approach by Korkolos. That type of approach, bluffing your opponents with g5 and g4, could work against weaker guys, but Korobov is such an experienced and strong player, and he was defending and well here. Now he's just doing nice in terms of his initiative. He grabbed the piece and now he's just defending his position really well. So this is the thing. Okay, white is a lot better here. He's up a piece. Obviously, he's the one who's pushing for a win, although Korkolos is okay with this type of positions. He's always, that's what I like about this guy. He's always, resourceful in terms of defending himself, but somehow, even when he defends himself, he does that creating like lots of counter chances from another point of view. So Korobov is better, but it's still a long way to go there. Abbasov Nijat drew his game against Sarana, and good result for black with the black pieces. Now he's going to be white next round, and Sarana is, after this, one of the main favorites amongst like top favorites in this tournament, especially considering the fact that he's going to be next game playing white. Vrnjacki against Ponomarev. Ponomarev also draw with the black pieces. Next game he's going to have white. For all of you who are not familiar with that, I would just like to remind you of the fact that when you have like white pieces, you're always in pretty big advantage in comparison to your opponent. Somebody asked, Maya, you should here and there show some computer analysis. No, I won't do that, and I believe that's exactly challenging thing about these commentary, and all these commentators, or most of them, actually use the engine analysis. I don't want to do that. I believe it makes it way more interesting from both sides. First of all, from player's perspective, and we make it more human and challenging, and also from spectator's point of view, because this is also like better for you, so you can use your own brain thinking process and even see that we all are eventually humans and we all can make some mistakes. Okay, let's go with the next one. Frederick Zvan against Nguyen. We saw that it was drawn. Giga Kuparadze is looking for a perpetual check. Look at his time. He's like with 1 hour and 20 minutes after 48 moves. He's blitzing out so fast here, and this is like very interesting. And this Queen d4 looks like white is going to be able to find the shelter here. But I can't go with like all these analysis. Probably king will go here, and after giving check to go on b8, and eventually looking for some queen c8, king c8, hiding itself there in order to promote. So that could be one of ideas by white. Also, king goes to b3 because you don't have any checks on the third rank because of queen c3 check. Defending yourself from check and giving your opponent check could be a winning thing. Kadric drew against Sargsyan. Navarra is a little bit better. We spoke about that position. 94, we also spoke about this one as well, and nothing changed yet. Pretke Iskandarov. Pretke is simply generating all his minor pieces onto the king's side, and he's certainly step closer to building up a great attack. This knight on a5 just prevents rook to b3 and possible, like rook lifting there. But I see h5, I see knight f4, I see some very nice ideas here by white. He's still not ready to go all in on the king's side, but I believe h5 could be one of those ideas. Knight f4, knight c4, then some queen g3 followed by h5 could be good enough, because after you play knight f4, queen g3, you might be threatening some knight h7 and going after the g6 weakness there. So it could be like really good. I really enjoy this one, and this absolutely looks good for white and with promising attacking chances. Let's go to the next game. Esipenko drew against Brkic. Brkic is playing good so far. Unfortunately for him, he didn't manage to win against Pretke yesterday, but he's really dangerous with white pieces, so no one is going to have an easy game and time against this guy tomorrow, because he's going to be white. Garyachkin against Gelfand. Gelfand squeezes her out a little bit, and this now looks a little bit better for black. From practical point of view, black is the one who's pushing here. Kobalia against Shevchenko. Kobalia it's white's turn. Shevchenko is at the moment up 2 pawns, but one is about to fall. So it's better for black. I'm not sure how much, but it's better. Although both of these guys are approaching the time trouble, so it would be very interesting to see what's going to happen there. Ivanchuk grew sadly. Laursas against Chaparinov. It keeps getting more and more interesting, this game, but I see like chances on both sides here. Etienne Bakra was doing better against Adam Kozak. He's still doing a better here because obviously this guy has weakness on d6 and maybe eventually pawn majority to create a passed pawn eventually. But I'm not so sure about the real assessment of this game. I mean, for sure White is slightly better, but I'm not sure if he's like a lot better. Volodar Murzin against Grandelius, it's around equal. Santos Latasa is completely winning against Nasuta. Injic, he's fighting hard. He's worse in this end game, not end game, I mean in this middle game, but okay. He's up an exchange in return for that, so nothing is impossible in this game, although objectively speaking, Azarov is doing better. Gumular's Manuel Petrosian is drawn, Sargsyan Shant drawn, Sichev against Zvane, it keeps getting more and more equal, so this is going to be drawn for sure. Vocaturo against Seaman. Vocaturo now managed to make and to be one step closer to an equal type of position, because at some point he was worse. But okay, that bishop on f1 looks like a good defending piece. He threatens to take on e5. He's also threatening rook h7 at some point, so it's okay. It's okay. It looks equal. Kuzubov keeps on improving on his position with the bishop here and with the possible chances of pushing these pawns onto the king side and launching the attack. Petkov Momchil against Darda, we've been discussing this game. From practical point of view, it looks maybe a little bit 2, 4, 6, 8. Black is down, White is down 2 pawns, but d5 is about to fall. His pieces are better. I'd say dynamic equality in this game. Then we have Safarli who drew Sadikov, Marytrosian against Kukmazov. Marytrosian came up with that Queen c1, Queen f4 novelty and the plan of bringing the queen onto the king's side and doing the attack, but this doesn't look that promising in terms of being able to win the game. So it's more or less, okay, it's a little bit better for White, but would he be able to convert this into a full point? Anton Giharo is doing good with the black pieces against Gorstein, but you shouldn't underestimate White player because he's really doing well in this tournament and fighting really hard, even in worse positions. So far he played, he was 3 out of 3, then lost to Sargsyan, and then against Iskandarov he managed to defend that position. Yesterday against Rachmanov, today against Anton Gihara, he's really performing well. Wojtaszek drew against Blockberger. That position looked maybe a little bit better for Black at some point, but nothing. Šarić against Garibian. Šarić is trying hard to get some advantages out of his openings, but it's not going so easy for him in this tournament. What was the opening? You see most of these guys try to find equality by playing e5 against him. Then we have Samunenkov against Nayar. It was drawn. Good result for young Ukrainian IM. Then Strahmanov is lost to Parkhov. Look at this. Queen is better, fantastic bishop, nice knight, fantastic rook on c6, so full control of White in this game. Definitely, white for, definitely better for white. Maybe even close to be winning. Paul Welton against Maxim Chigaev. It was a King's Indian game. I said, thanks God we finally have some excitement. And to be honest, I like black in this position. Typical King's Indian type of approach. Tersahayan against Ahmadzada. They're both in time trouble. Ahmad, probably he can bring his rook onto the 5th rank somehow and to do something, but this looks even, maybe even some knight e5 followed by knight g4 here, but the king is on h1, so it cannot work. Maybe even h5, h4, maybe even bringing the bishop to b7. No, that one is not. So yeah, he played that knight e5, more or less expected. He threatens knight to d3. He threatens at some point, somehow, in some variations, knight g4. So that could be an interesting thing. Okay, we know about it. So this is the thing. What else do we have there? Then we have Sokolovsky against Varmerda Max. Complete mess on the board. And it's not so easy to assess this just in a few seconds. Sokolovsky captures on f6. I guess queen takes f6, right? Queen takes f6, queen takes f6, rook takes, or even rook takes f6 works. Because d6 is about to fall after that, so it's a pretty interesting thing for this. And how is he going to take here? That's going to be very interesting to see here. So knight f6 was the last move by white, and let's see what he's going to go for. Okay, then we have Mateusz Bartel against Thomas Krausz. Let's see this game. Mateusz Bartel went with e4, and against Rouser played main line, bishop g5, played queen d2, a6, and after this one went for early knight f5. Take a look at this one. So this is a modern approach in Rouser by black lately. They don't want to play early e6, but they go first bishop d7, queen d2, and they go with a6. And now they want to go with a6, but here Bartel played bishop f6 and knight f5, not allowing his opponent to do e6 now. If you want to do, he now sacrifices a pawn. He keeps on sacrificing a pawn. Okay, not anymore, but now you can finally do e6. He brought a knight back, played queen e2, okay. Took by rook, threatened to, I don't know, take bishop e6 check and win the queen. So after this, doubling these rooks and going after the rook on d8 and the d file, breaking with f5 to create and get a huge strategic advantage. Oh la la, bishop takes a6, boom, all of a sudden. So when the guy captured, queen a6, bringing the rook to b4, knight a4, move your lady buddy, bishop a4, rook a4, and after this c3, bringing the queen into the game, taking on d5, rook a5 to go rook b5, and that's how finish the game. A great game, miniature, 25 moves. Mateusz Bartel made a great win with the white pieces. Firat Burak, he's white against Jonas Bjerre. This looks a lot better for black. White king is weak, black is up on exchange, and I don't see counterattack for white. Okay, Emre Can against Yevgeny Zanan. Looks like both of these guys have something to be proud of. White being proud of the knight on d5, while black should be proud of the knight on d4. So it's pretty interesting. White looks a little bit better because of all that activity and better pawns and double rooks, but okay, and maybe kind of stranded queen on a7, but it's still something, it's still a long way to go. Okay, let's go with the next one. This is quite an interesting. Okay. Let's go to some interesting games because I was trying to follow as many games as possible here. So let's go with whose game is next one? Stefansson Vignir against this guy. Wow, what a complicated position. That is so difficult when you just look at it like this to give an assessment. But white is up a pawn. Black has this amazing pawn on b2. Pretty much tied up pieces for the pawn on b2 and the rook on b1. This looks okay for black. Then what do we have? Paravian beat Babazada. Paravian won this game. Nudarim Sarachi against Maxim Lagarde. Looks a little bit better for black because there is one weakness, but still it's defendable from white's point of view. Lupulescu against Kozakovsky. I don't know, but it just looks fine for white. Maybe he's down. He's got a queen for the bishop and the rook, but it's not about the rook and the bishop. It's about that the rook and two bishops are in white's position, so it makes this position being fine for white. Len Levaich drew against Brandon Clark. Royal Shreyas drew against Nesterov. Miloš Stankovic against Pavel Teklov. Miloš is playing really well this tournament. So far he's doing good. Let's see his opening. He went, he played Scandinavian, but he didn't play killer triangle system, the one that I'm about to publish within the next 15 days on Chessable. So it's d3, bishop d2, and this is killer triangle. Bishop c4, knight c3, pawn c2, bishop d2, queen e2, and pawn on d3. So this is why we call it killer triangle. And if you've never seen anything like this, knight bd7, boom, knight b5, and you just deliver, for example, smothered mate like this, or if the queen goes on b6, sorry buddy, but decide which one would you like to give up, bishop on f5 or pawn on f7 and rook on h8. So this is why I really enjoy this killer triangle, and more about this one and how to kill the Scandinavian you're going to be able to see very soon. So d4, bishop g4, knight f3, this is exactly what I hate against Scandinavian, when they pin me like this, exchange everything, and then they go for the pawn structure like this. But Miloš was conducting his initiative well here with the bishop pair. He was performing really well, but at this point, unhealthy pawn structure. Yeah, very nice game by Miloš, and I believe this is going to be drawn. Okay, there are some mistakes. No, this is not a mistake, right? c6, rook g6. Probably moves weren't like this, but okay, this is gonna be drawn, and I absolutely have no doubts. Nice move, bishop d3 by Miloš. If he takes, you just take, and how are you going to stop queen promotion here? What am I missing, right? What is winning here? So after bishop d3, this is gonna be draw after. But actually, Miloš still has some chances here. Bishop. Yeah, he still has better chances to push here for a win. So nice game for Serbian IM. Dragnev against Ioannidis. Okay, let's go to crucial games. Korobov against Greek guy, Korkolos. This is one of most important and decisive games in the complete tournament. Both of these guys are 5.5 out of 6. Korobov is doing better in this game, although it's not easy to block these pawns. Simply, he needs to block these pawns by the knight and the queen all together. Black just put his king on a7. He's just defending really well. That's what I told you. He's always like resourceful in terms of finding some very nice defensive ideas and working on his positions like this. I definitely believe that you either have to take this pawn on g4 at some point and convert into a little bit better endgame, or to play knight f1, king h2, and to block him on the dark squares. But this is not going to be an easy game. I thought that Korobov would be able to somehow easier take advantage of this one, but just like you see, position is better but not easy at all. Then we have all games finished. Gledura against Kuparadze. Kuparadze is just looking for some perpetual check. He keeps on blitzing in this game. Will he be able to find perpetual check? I doubt, because simply Gledura should be going with the king on b8 and hide his king somehow. But the thing is, Black is really persistent there in his defense. Then what do we have here? Navarra against. This position hasn't changed at all, so probably there is a mistake in transmission. Then we have this one. It hasn't changed at all as well. So 94 was the last move, and we don't have it more than that. Predke against Iskandarov. Predke's last move, this is interesting. 24th move, and these guys literally have like 16 more moves to make till they finish the time trouble. So let's go. This is a real classic. I like it a lot. He's down a piece, but he sacrificed it, of course, for some sort of initiative. Iskandarov is defending himself really nicely here. Take a look at this one. Queen on a3 does a good job connecting with the bishop on e7. He just connected these rooks in the back rank. Wow, this is very, very double-edged type of the game. So let's take a look at this one. So we're following Predke against Iskandarov. Both of these guys are running out of time, and they have literally 5 minutes for the last 16 moves. Let's go. So don't forget, after every single move, they actually keep getting like 30 seconds per move. So let's go. Okay, so let's go. I'm not saying anything because I'm just waiting. I'm just checking some comments. So if I can see some comments, then I'm always answering your messages. Here, last move by Predke was queen f3. He's threatening, what is he threatening? He's threatening knight takes d5. He's threatening bishop g6 at some point. But knight takes d5 is his biggest threat here. You can't move the knight because b7 is behind. Okay, it's now so easy to say, okay, take a look at a wall bar. It says black is okay. Well, easier said than done. Come on, guys. You all know that how difficult it is to do that and to face opponent's threats, especially when you know you play like against higher rated opponent and he's just blitzing out. So take a look at this. He played, in my opinion, the most logical thing. Rook ag8. I would do the same because he's now trying to consolidate himself, reposition all his pieces onto the king side, and to send a message to his opponent, okay, buddy, you want to attack my king, I want to attack yours. So let's go and let's see what's going to happen there. Knight takes d5, but look at this, knight e6. If king e6, queen f5 is mate. If knight e6, king e8, can he come up with some sort of That was a mate. That was a mate. I apologize. Here, so he was threatening. Let's say he plays something stupid. So knight e6 check. And if you go here, this was checkmate. And if king e6, this was queen f5 mate. So that was his threat. That's why Iskandarov played rook a g8. And now we're just waiting for white's move. That was a nice one. If knight e6 now, he can defend himself with king e8 because no more bishop g6 mate. Maybe he can do something related with that. Maybe rook fc1 to bring one more piece into the attack, but that just gives precious time to black to defend himself. So this is very, very interesting. Okay, so knight d5, knight g6, those are, but knight e6 is, but do you know what's the problem of knight e6? With the knight e6, maybe you win a pawn. Maybe you kind of force this king to go on e8, but at the same time you open up his light square bishop and possibly it can attack you afterwards. Bishop g4, bishop h3. So I won't try to guess anything here. Position is so complicated and you gotta be a master of calculation to come up with something good here. Do you have any suggestions at this one? This is an interesting Zeitnot. Maybe knight e6, king e8, queen f5, and you threaten queen g6, queen sec with checkmate. That could be an interesting thing, for example. Knight e6, king e8, queen f5, and then you threaten queen g6 checkmate. That's an interesting, and I'd say something like pretty much, I don't know, just look kind of challenging for black, but I'm not so sure. Fredke is taking his time. Don't forget, they need to play 15 moves for Fredke within 2 minutes, while Iskandarov has to do the same number of moves within 4 minutes. After every single move, they keep getting like 30 seconds increment on the clock. So knight e6, king e8, queen f5. That could be one of my options here. Rook fc1 is another thing, and I don't see anything apart from these two. Maybe some concrete knight d5, king e8, and jumping with the knight on f6, but okay, I mean, that's completely different approach. Knight d5, king e8, knight f6. I'm just saying that could be one of those things. Fredke is running out of his time. He will have to seriously blitz out his moves. It's not easy at all. Iskandarov he just solidified himself with rook a g8, defended the mating threat with knight e6 and bishop g6 checkmate. So it's interesting. Let's see what he's gonna go for in this endgame. Rook a g8. So will he go for knight d5 or knight takes e6? Knight d5 or knight takes e6? He definitely has to take one of these two pawns. Otherwise, it's not going to be enough for him. Somebody said knight d5 played. I don't know, how do you know about that? Yes, he did play knight d5. So let's see. He played knight d5, and I mentioned throughout this commentary that knight d5 could be one of the options. And after knight d5, I don't see anything better but knight f6 here. Yeah, I mentioned that. And after bishop f6, which turns out to be, but is he forced to play bishop f6? Maybe he can just move the king to d8. Look at this. He's with 30 seconds on his clock, which means that he made his last move with 6 seconds on the clock. This is very interesting. So knight f6, if bishop f6, pawn can take on f6, if king d8 is interesting, but you know what? On king d8, we don't even need to take on g8. Maybe just d5, breaking everything and just hoping to somehow catch that king, you know, like off guard on d8 and being placed in the center. So let's see, knight f6. We'll get back to this game. I just want to see what's happening on Korobov's game. Now it says it's unclear. Last move by Korkolos is queen b4. Queen b4, he just threatens this knight. Korobov now has some practical chances here. He probably has to play rook f4, in which case queen c3 will happen, threatening this bishop and going after the e5 and pins. Yes, exactly that happened. Rook f4, queen c3. They're both also running out of time as well. Korobov is not going to have an easy job here. Maybe some tempo move, bishop h7 or bishop f5, but this is not an easy position. This is one of those positions where you feel that you might be winning somehow. You're up a piece, but your opponent is always with lots of counter chances. So this is probably the most important game in the tournament, and for now, and definitely we have to follow this one as well. So what's happening there? It's Korobov's turn, it's 36th move. Korkolos is even better in terms of his time, so that makes this position being like very interesting. Let's go on to another game. Gladura seems to be winning. Kuparadze at least won those 2 pawns, looking somehow to start pushing these pawns, but we all know that it's going to be impossible against the queen. He keeps on blitzing out in his game, but looks like it's not going to be enough. Pretki Iskandarov, what's happening there? Knight f6, Iskandarov still hasn't made his move. Let's go to Korobov. Last move was queen c3, so he's just threatening this bishop on c2. Maybe even, I see some queen, but no, queen f2, knight e5, so it's not going to be working. Okay. Don't know what to say about this game. Don't know who should be better in this one. We all know he's up a piece, but the queen on c3 looks so intimidating for white. Bishop on c2 is hanging. Pawn on e5 is hanging. At least he managed to win that pawn on g4. Will he be able to do something? That's a big question here. So Korobov is running out of time. We're just waiting on his move. This is one of the crucial moments in the tournament. He played bishop f5. Well, I told you that he played e6 and bishop f5. He needs to look for something, to do something in between. So after e6, knight e5, he plays bishop e5. He overprotects the knight on g4. At the same time, winning that pawn on g4, now disconnected his pawns. Now black has to be very concrete. He has to find something very concrete. If he doesn't find that, he's going to lose this game. There is even a possibility, for example, queen a1 check, king h2. I'm just saying queen a2 and to take on h3. Okay, in that case, rook h8. But I'm just saying at some point. I'm not saying concrete line. In concrete line, if queen a1, you just have rook f1 and you're winning. And you win. Actually, you're not winning on e5, but then you can push e7 and e8. Bishop f5 looks like a very important move because he keeps on, you know, like holding the knight on g4, and at the same time, he just wants to go with, what is he trying to do, and what is black supposed to do in this position? Can he go with some, I was about to propose some d4, but it doesn't work due to rook d4. It's not easy for black because he doesn't have many pieces to, you know, like simply join his attack. Let's go while we're waiting for Korkulos because he's got enough time. Gledura. Aha. King H8. It's Gledura's turn. Gledura keeps on getting his time. Looks completely winning for white, but how to promote this is an interesting thing. Let's go to Pretke, Iskandarov. Aha, Pretke, we're just waiting on his move. He's now clearly down a piece for 2 pawns. Maybe some rook b7 here. Yeah, he goes d5, okay. He goes d5, he goes all in, and look at this. Both of these guys are running out of time, so they have like, for 10 moves, they have like 44 seconds for Pretke and 1 minute only for Iskandarov. In general, it means they both have like 5 minutes, because if we added an increment of 30 seconds for each move, it's like 30 seconds, 10 moves. So it's maximum like 5 minutes each, which makes like a pretty interesting game. At the moment, yeah, he played bishop c5. Can Pretke take on e6? Rook f8 is such a big threat, is here. This bishop c5 is a dangerous thing. Can he think of going with, so let me just see, what if d6 rook f8? That doesn't seem to be working. What if d takes e6 rook f8 e7? That could be interesting. Even d takes e6 rook f8 queen d5. Yeah, that one looks interesting. D takes e6, yes, he did it. D takes e6, rook f8, queen d5. And then you can go with a king on c8 to lose. If you play king e7, boom, queen d7, checkmate. So, oh, look at this one. He threatens queen d5. Look at this. Looks like Iskandarov missed his. So he now has to do something to defend almost a lethal threat with the queen d5 that wins on the spot. So what to do here? If you play b6 defending that bishop even crazy, he played king c7 and it's Pretke's turn now. So let's see now, can he play queen d5? Queen d5. Does queen d5 work? Queen d5, b6. Yeah, but if queen d5, b6, he's got queen d6. King b7, bishop e4, king a7, queen c7 mate, buddy. So let's see what's happening there. Queen d5. Can he go with the queen d5? Am I missing something there? Queen d5 threatening the bishop. Yes, he did it. Queen d5. What if b6? b6, queen d6. Oh, look at this one. b6, queen d6, king c8. Oh, I was about to say rook c5, but then queen c5. On b takes c5, rook b8. If b6, queen d6, king b7, bishop e4, king a7, queen c7 is mate. But wait a sec. What if b6, b6, on b6, on b6, queen d6, king b7, no, b6, queen d6, king c8. But then he's got bishop a6 mate, so it's, oh yeah, king b8, oh my goodness. So look at this one, king b8, king b8. Now he can just take on c5 and that should be winning. But wait a sec, no. If he takes on c5, rook d8. So he plays bishop e4. Yeah, exactly. Bishop e4 seems to be good. What if bishop f2 check, king f2, queen g3? Can it be enough for some counterattack? Wait a sec. What if bishop f2 here? Bishop f2, bishop f2, king f2, queen g3, king e2, nothing. Pretke is doing great. He's really strong in these practical counter chances. Look at this. Bishop f2, he goes bishop b4. But then, can you push pawn to e7 and say, man, now you're going to be all mine? After like e7, he just has to go for, yeah, so many nice time troubles here. Pretke is running out of time. He just has to come up with a move here. E7 looks like a nice practical option. Black doesn't have any threat. That's very important. That gives you a precious time to attack. Even rook c4 seems interesting. Look at the rook c4, huh? If knight c4, queen b7 mate. If you move the bishop, rook b7 mate. If nothing else, I'm threatening to win your bishop. But then, yeah, rook c4 looks very interesting here. Am I missing something? It's Pretke's turn. Let's see, what did he do? We're just waiting on his move. And probably we're going to get two moves at the same time because now they're just blitzing out and the moves are just going faster. E7 is nice practical option because he can't touch anything and the pawn is on the 7th rank. But rook c4 looks like a nice option. I'm threatening your bishop. You can't move it. I want to trap it up. You don't have anything in terms of your threats. Queen h3, just queen h3 is interesting. Queen h3, but queen h3 I can do. What can I do after queen h3? Rook c4, queen h3, even king f1, for example. And I don't see that as a big problem. King h1, queen h1, king e2. So, but for some reason, broadcast stopped. Okay, we go to the next game. We can't waste our time. Korobov is doing against Korkolos, and now he's slowly but surely connecting his pieces. Defense is the 39th move. Looks more and more dangerous for a young Greek player. Will he be able, this rook d4 looks so solidifying here. So what is he taking? He's taking control. Aha, he's preventing any rook d8, rook d1 by black. This one is nice. Let's go to Pretke's game. Pretke is now completely winning. It's his turn. Somebody asked, will Kuparadze spend 1 hour and 12 minutes before resigning? Okay. So Pretke did a great comeback in this game. Korobov against Korkolos. We're just waiting to see what's happening there. Rook to d4. He's now threatening, obviously, to win this knight. That's the biggest threat of rook to d4. Knight is hanging, and he's kind of forcing his opponent to commit himself. If he exchanges one more piece, he's going to be lost. So that's a big thing. Pretke after bishop to b4. What's happening there? Because position is not that difficult for white, so e7 would be absolutely fine. Rook to c4 would be fine. But you know what, on rook to c4, yeah, nothing. Even rook b, yeah, good. So let's go to Korobov's game. Gledura is now completely winning against Kuparadze. So Kuparadze is finally taking his time here. Will he be able to find any defense in this position? Looks like there is no defense for him. Looks like there is no defense. Finally, he found a way to go with the king and to hide itself. That's why I don't like these queen endgames. Navara is nothing. We don't get transmission and moves of these games. Yeah, for some reason. And Pretke won against Iskandara. How did he play there? After bishop e4, he played e7, rook c8, took on c8, and played queen d7, threatening to promote. Great win by Pretke in mutual complications. He was doing a lot better than his opponent, and he managed to win. Congratulations to Pretke. Gledura, in the meantime, won against Kuparadze. So these are some very, very big things. Oh, take a look at this. Gelfand keeps on improving on his game. Bishop pair, broken pawn structure, somehow disconnection between the knight and the bishop. Gelfand is about to do a great thing here and to win. He's like so much better in this one. Obviously, disconnected pawns and somehow inability to connect these bishop and knight that gives him a great practical chances to push for a win. What else do we have there? Shevchenko in the meantime defeated Kobalia. Bakro against Kozak. It's with nice practical chances to push for a win, but objectively, probably with a precise defense, should be drawn. Azarov against Injic. Let's take a look at this one. Azarov is down in exchange. He's got a bishop and pawn for the rook. But now somehow Injic has some practical chances of defending this one. Last move by Azarov was bishop e4. So he's choosing a moment to win on g3. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult to Injic to defend this one. It's going to be very difficult. So he's just suffering very bad in this game. Okay. What else do we have there? We have, let's take a look at Kuzubov Zaich. Zaich is down a pawn. This guy has those two pawns on the wing A file, while at the same time Kuzubov has this pawn on d6. Practically it's very difficult for Zaich in this position. Then let's go with Sichev against Van Erasmus. We also don't have transmission of this game. So we don't have like 3 games, transmission of 3 games. This is Maritrosian against Kukmazov. So Maritrosian is now up a pawn, which gives him great practical chances to win after that one. E7, really nice move to play for Pretkia. Well, that's a pretty easy move, E7, because he can't take it by the bishop because you have rook B7 check. Rook C7 would just weaken the back rank. I'm not sure if that one works as well, but yeah, E7 was also my first pick in that position. Gorstein against Giharo. I told you never underestimate this guy with the white pieces. He's all the time fighting really hard against all his opponents, and I like the way he is playing his games. He's always like resourceful. He's like a good fighter. This guy is playing really good chess with in this tournament. So what else do we have? Do we have some more games? So Korobov against Korkolos. It's the 41st move. They just ended their time trouble, and I believe it means that soon after this it's gonna be our time for another coffee before we go into the time troubles. We don't have Navarra's game. We don't have Peshak against Musar. Gelfand keeps on grinding down his opponent. What else do we have there? Kuzubov Zaich, 39 move. They're both blitzing out. Zaich just played f5. Do I see d7? Oh, does d7 work? d7 doesn't work. Doesn't work. I thought that there could be some sort of like interesting tactics here with d7, but it doesn't work. Probably g takes. Kuzubov against Zaich. Kuzubov is just a lot better there. What else do we have? Gorstein against Giharo. The last move was rook b1. It's the 41st move, so they also came out of the time trouble. What else do we have? Paul Velten against Chigaev. Chigaev was in full control of this game, but not anymore. Now it's winning for white, obviously. So Paul Velten is winning this one. What else do we have there? Azarov against Injic. Azarov is the one who's a lot better. Kuzubov played. He's now they just ran out of time trouble, and this is winning for white, obviously. Varmerdam is winning against Sokolovsky, but they're also out of time trouble. So that basically means that we're done with these time troubles. And yeah, this is also, Ioannidis is worse against Dragnev. They just came out of the time trouble. So all things considered, see you later to see the last couple of games.
Welcome back, guys, into the broadcasting of the European Championship 7th round. Decisive game between, this is Gelfand is winning against Goryachkina, bishop pair. He's gonna get closer to the pawn on e7 and he's gonna win this game. Korobov's game has some mistake in transmission here. In the game was queen a1, queen g1, and after queen b1. So queen b1 didn't happen in the game. He should be most likely winning here, being up like a piece. Although there are some mistakes. Oh, this is the game. This is the game. This is the game. So he's got 2 pieces and a passer for the rook. And this guy has like 4 pawns. Okay, pawn on h3 is about to fall every single moment. So this is going to be very interesting to see and to assess this endgame. Knight f6 probably should be the move. If knight f6, rook g2, king h3, rook e2, and then covering with one of the pieces on e4 to promote e7 and e8. That's one thing. Korobov seems to be absolutely winning in this position. I don't see how is black going to defend this one. He once again goes for something practical here, such as a4, creating a passer. On the other hand, if knight f6, if rook goes somewhere, then just e7 and promoting the queen, giving up the rook for the knight. Afterwards, with the bishop taking one of those passers. So looks like he will have to show his skills meeting with the knight and the bishop in some circumstances. Korobov is winning here. That's the first thing. We still don't know what's happening in Navarra's game. Bacroix keeps on improving and grinding down his opponent. I told you that he's got a nice practical chances to push for a win, and it's very difficult to defend this with black. Although with precise play he probably could have drawn this game. Murzin against Grandelius looks equalish. Then Santos Latasa beat Nasuta. We know that Injic against Azarov. Injic is step closer to draw. I'm pretty sure Serbian player won't lose this. He's really resourceful in these kinds of games. So he's always very talented, good in defense. Somehow he plays with a certain amount and dose of, like certainty when he plays those games, and confidence that you never know if you're winning or not. So that's why I believe he's going to be able to hold his opponent, even though he was worse most of the game. Let's see what's going to happen in other games. Pretke won a nice game against Iskandarov. You know it. Sichev against Rasmus Zvane. It just says white is better, but we don't have anything here. So it's another game with so many technical problems we had. As you know, we began these games a little bit later than we were supposed to. That's one thing. Another thing, in a couple of games we cannot even follow the moves because transmission mistakes. So what can we say? It happens. Kuzubov is winning against Zajic. Zajic is trying to defend this position. He's like down a pawn, but looks like he's a lot worse in this position. Although he still has some chances to go with in a game like this. So we cannot say still it's like completely lost, but objectively speaking, he is lost in this game. What else do we have in this position? We've got Maritrosian against Kukmazov. Maritrosian is up a pawn, and for sure he's gonna push very hard to win this game. So this is going to be a great practical chance for white to win this position in the game. Paul Welton against Chigaev. He's up an exchange, even up a pawn, and I don't see how is black going to defend in this game. This is winning for Welton. Dragnev against Ioannidis. He keeps on improving his game. Ioannidis defends, although that king on e6 in the middle of the board looks weak. Knight on e3 controls like half of the board there.
pawn on c5 is quite dangerous, so Evgeny Ozionidis has practical problems to hold. So we'll get back to following the most important game, Gorshin against Anton Giharo. So take a look at this one. He's up an exchange for the knight and the pawn. That looks quite like unclear, but let's be honest and to say this is roughly equal type of the game. So what else do we have there? We have Emre Can against Yevgeny Zanan. Let's take a look at that game. Emre Can, what's happening here? Oh, Black has weak back rank. What happens if queen h6, threatening, and queen g8, and rook e8 doesn't work due to rook b1. So there is still something to show here in order to win this one. So definitely that forcing line with the queen h6 or queen g8 is not gonna be working. But maybe d6. Maybe d6 just pushing that pawn and threatening d7 followed by rook e8. So d6 might be one of those winning moves. Okay, Emre Can is winning here, but it's a matter of technique. Then what else do we have there? Kacharava against Nigalidze. What's happening in that game? Kacharava this is like Georgian derby. He's up to pawns. He should be winning here because after king e7, he's going to be having bishop b4, and the bishop on e8 is just hanging. This is winning for Kacharava. Let's go for another one. Lupulescu Kozakovsky. Lupulescu bishop and the rook and 4 pawns against the queen. This should be winning for a bite, but I'd say Black has some practical chances in terms of coming up with some perpetual check and maybe looking for some draw somehow at some point. But okay, it's still a long way to go there. Then what else do we have? We have a game, Mircea Parligast against Bronstein, or this is winning for Mircea, so I absolutely know his technique. He's going to be winning this well. Can he push the d7 here? d7, king e7, and king c7. That should be winning. Will Mircea play d7? Let's see. So Mircea, it's his turn. d7 by Mircea, so it's winning. Okay, he was my ex-club mate. That's why I'm so happy for him. And d7 looks completely winning. Your commentator can still find some moves. Yay! So this is good. Let's go with another one. So here Kacharava is winning. Stoyanov against Ramavicius. Stoyanov is up an exchange. He has to play most likely g4 to go and to win the pawn on g7 afterwards to be able to win this one. So looks like g4 should be enough to win the game. What else do we have there? Sulejmanli against Nevednici. Sulejmanli against Nevednici. Sulejmanli should be winning here. Yeah, this should be technically winning for white. So let's go back to most important game today. It's the game between Korobov and Korkolos Arditis Stamatis. So Korobov took on h3 and Korkolos played a4. I believe that Korobov has to take on a4. And afterwards, after b takes a4, to go with knight f6, but then rook h8, check, king somewhere, a3, e7, a2, so he can't stop it. So he has to play b takes, and now he has to find a way to stop that pawn on a4. What's the way and what's the move to stop the pawn on a4? Korkolos is really fighting hard. All the compliments for his defense here. To be honest with you, I don't know why did Korobov took on h3, because that pawn on h3 could have been taken at any point. And from another point of view, now whenever you just jump with a knight, for example on f6, and threaten that rook, you won't be able to get like an important tempo for promoting your pawn, because he's gonna have a very important tempo by checking you on h8. So that's something like very interesting there. Okay, let's carry on with this one. So a4, he definitely has to take here. He definitely has to take. And e7, rook e8. Aha, wait a sec. B takes, B takes. So look at this line. B takes, e7. So now wants to play bishop e6 and to stop. When he plays rook e8, you go here. You can't go here because check and capturing here. Now, when he plays a3, go with this. When he goes king b6, he's gonna be going. So I'll be absolutely right when I told you that he will have to show his skills of winning this endgame with the knight and the bishop and to mate the king. So I predicted that was gonna happen, and let's see if that's gonna be the case, but I believe that is going to be the black's destiny here. So Bakra is grinding down his opponent. He won't stop. He can even play bishop e5. Now bishop g7 doesn't work due to f6. This looks like a very difficult defense for black. Okay, what else do we have amongst those games? Kuzubov against Zajic. Kuzubov now looks completely winning. This is gonna be hardly defendable by black. So looks like Kuzubov is about to finish this game and win it. Then what else do we have there? Maritrosian, he's up a pawn, but Kukmazov is defending really well, and he's got this h4 kind of minority attack. He's got a pressure on the f2 pawn. So he also keeps having like a nice practical chances to defend this game. Okay, Anton Gihara against Gorstein looks more and more difficult for him. He's down in exchange. Once again, Gihara is going to play a long-lasting game, and he's going to try to do something in a very, very deep time trouble. Okay, John Emre, Paul Velten is now completely winning against Maxim Chigaev. This is now dead lost for Chigaev, so he's every moment he's about to resign that one. Here I predict d6. I like d6 at this moment. d6, and with the idea of, for example, d7 and rook e8. If queen d6, rook e8, checkmate. If anything else, like rook b2, I play queen h6, and when you play queen g8, then in the worst case scenario, you may go with some queen h7, rook h7, king. No, that one doesn't work. So d6, rook b2. Ah, wait a sec. d6, rook b2. d6, rook b2. d6, rook b2. Queen b. No, it doesn't work. Bishop e4 he played. Emre Can played bishop e4. Well, for some reason I missed this move completely, and this is so easy winning. Oh my goodness. Wait a second. Rook e4, rook e4, rook b1, rook e1. Oh, such an easy win for white, and I kept missing this bishop e4 move for some reason. Okay, Emre Can is winning. Korobov is now in a drawn position. What's happening there? B takes, B takes. He played, why didn't Korobov play d7 at this point? That's my question. And he can't push the pawn because of bishop e6. And if this one just knight e5 and goes with the knight, knight c6. And if king b6, just knight g6, and no one can stop this one. anymore. Maybe some king c7, bishop d7, and king d7. Yeah. This could be, but still. So in the game was knight f6. Korkolas played rook g7. Korobov played bishop b1. Wants to support the pawn and wants to slowly but surely get closer to the pawn. He's got a nice, still of course, nice practical chances to push for a win. Bakro played bishop e5, I spoke about. So he now just wants to go with some g6, h takes, f takes, and rook a8 with a winning game, and also penetrate with the king on f5. Kozak is having lots of practical problems there to hold. In the meantime, Kozubov beat Zaich. Kukmazov is still playing that one. Chigaev is still playing, but he's, just like I told you, completely lost, and it's a matter of moment when is he going to resign this game. Paul Welton is about to win this one. We have Dragnev against Ioannidis completely winning. Now he threatens the rook. If the rook moves, he can even deliver some sort of like knight g7, couple of checks, and delivering some checkmate eventually after, for example, move the rook to d2, knight g7, king e7, knight f5, king e6, queen g8, king d7, and then just make something like queen f7 and go home, buddy. Okay, that's winning for Dragnev. Then we have Suleymanli against Nevednici, more and more winning. He just created a second passer, so Nevednici won't be able to hold this one as well. Then we have Stoyanov, Cvetan against Stremovicius Titas. This is winning. And it's a matter of moment when is he going to finish him off. Okay, Kacharava, Nigalidze, completely winning for Kacharava, even though these are like obstacle bishops with being two pawns up and threatening bishop b4. So passive defense for black. This is winning for white. What else do we have? Let's just take a look at other results. Yannick Igor drew against young Turkish star at Dogmuz. Yilmaz Erli beat Kalogeris. Ohani and Gavrilescu drew. Megalios Alsina won. Horvat drew against young, talented Tadic from Serbia. Champion of Montenegro, Djukic, drew Manafov. Stremovicius drew against Halkias. Sabino Brunello drew against Eren. Gadim Bailey, he drew against Ahmad Kagan. Spiropoulos lost to Donchenko. Kovalev beat From. Motilev is still playing against Celik, so let's take a look at this endgame. He's up a pawn in a knight endgame. We all know the Botvinnik formula in the knight endgames. When you're up a pawn in knight endgames, you should be playing like pawn endgames, which means create a passer and win the game. But okay, this should be technically winning for white. Daniel Yufa is slowly but surely he's gonna win this because knight and queen are doing way better than queen and the bishop here. So Velimirivic won against Fatalieva. So Serbian champion is coming, you know, like to the top. Okay, and we have other results as well. Teodora Ninets, our guest from yesterday, she's playing against Juraj Druška, Grandmaster. Teodora is, I was about to say she was up a pawn, but she's not, but position looks completely drawish. So Teodora is still performing well against GM Smolcevskaya, beat Valsecchi. So all things considered, and Alexander Kovacevic won against Nemeth. So these are top 90 boards. We're coming back to a game and broadcast of the decisive game so far in the tournament. Korobov is, he's got a nice practical chances to push for a win here. For some reason, we don't have moves, and another mistake in transmission, which is not so good at this moment. Okay. let's just see what's happening with, I don't know, I mean, Korkulis is just taking his time at this point, and the real question is if rook e7, bishop a2, and going with rook e7, bishop a2, defending on e6, maybe afterwards knight d7, knight c5, but this is a very difficult practical endgame, and it's not going to be an easy to him to win this one. And unfortunately, we don't have Navara Mastrovasilis and what's happening there. Bakra, it's black's turn. We also lost the moves by black here, and we're just waiting to get a move from this board. For some reason, we don't get these moves today updated. This is Maritrosian against Kukmazov. Nothing changed radically in that position. He's still better. Paul Welton, we know that he was winning. Somebody said that Korobov missed knight e5 as a protector of e7 after rook e8. Well, I immediately, for example, saw that idea, but you don't know if they were in time trouble, if he's tired, or he simply missed that idea. I mean, it was kind of not that difficult to see, but just like you see, he couldn't find the winning move and finish him off. Okay, so that's the thing. Dragnev is winning against Ioannidis. We also lost transmission of the moves in this game. For some reason, we just keep losing these moves, and Lupulescu is winning against Kozakovsky, but just like I told you previously, with lots of practical problems still. This is one of the games that was drawn. Suleimanli against Nevednici is, once again, we even lost this one. Somebody said, can Korkulis escape here? I believe he's got a nice practical chances to make a draw there. That seems to be the case there. So let me just show you that game, but we don't get the moves. That's the point. We don't get the moves in most of the games now, which is a bit of a problem, and that was something we were experiencing today in the beginning of the broadcast, and that's why we actually began with this broadcast a little bit later. So hopefully everything is gonna be fine and set for tomorrow's games. You know, it's very difficult now to follow these games. This is the game. This is the game. Let's take a look. Things changed a lot. Why do I have feeling that I was absolutely right? He will have to prove his skills, how to mate with the knight and the bishop against the king. This is winning. This is winning. Interesting position in Navara Mastrovasilis. Navara Mastrovasilis, I don't get anything in this game. That's very interesting. Korobov is now looking a lot better than before. Bakro keeps on grinding down Adam Kozak, so I don't think this guy is going to be able to defend himself. For some reason, I believe this is going to be a win for white. Then we have Maritrosian winning against Kukmazov. Yes, he's up a pawn, his king is better, knight is better than knight, pawn on h5 is weak, this is winning. What else do we have there? We have Emre Can against Ioannidis, rook to e3, queen d5, queen g2. This is winning completely, and Ioannidis is every single moment he's about to resign his game. So that's the thing. What do we have in the game of Ioannidis against Dragnev? This is exactly what I gave you. I gave you knight f5, rook d2, knight f5, king e6, queen g, but I said queen g8, but the queen g8 doesn't work due to king f5. So let's see what to do now. White seems to be winning, but still some skills to show. Maybe knight f5, king e6, and knight to e3. He's up a pawn, then he's threatening queen g8, and he just removed the defender on g7. Let's go on to the most important game for today, most important game in the tournament so far. So we were following all these games, and it's finally time to check that game of Korobov. So Korkulis is running out of time. I believe he's slowly but surely realizing that he will have to fight against the bishop and the knight. And you know what, Korobov is so good at blitz. He's especially good at rapid. He was 28, almost 2900 in rapid chess. The guy was like in top 5 in the world. So for these guys, mating with the bishop and the knight, and for example, for him especially, is piece of cake. Okay, so let's see what's gonna happen there. I'm gladly gonna make sure how to mate with the bishop and the knight if it comes to that position, just to remind myself of that technique. For all of you, somebody said study those endgames. Of course, study, you see, you never know when it's gonna be very important for you. So let's go. You know what, he still can choose like the king's activity to support the a pawn, but all white has to do is to connect the knight and the bishop. It's not that easy, but all he has to do is to control the a2 square with the light square bishop and the knight at the same time, once he wins the rook by pushing the e6 pawn. So probably that's why Korkulis is taking some time to find if some king a5, e7, rook, e7, knight e7, king b4, knight e5, king b3, for example, could work. So look at this one. King a5, e7, rook e7, knight e7, king b4, and you won't give knight d5 because of king b3. King always goes into diagonal to the knight, but you go knight c6, not knight d5, knight c6, and if queen b3, knight d4, and if king b2, knight d4, and if king b2, is it gonna be drawn? Bishop g6, a3. Yeah, this is not an easy thing. So look at this. King a5, and it's still not so easy. e7, rook e7, knight e7, king b4, and he now just, maybe not knight to go on d5 and c6, knight just has to go towards a2. Knight f5, king b3. So this is very, 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 very difficult still not so easy. So the thing is, king a5, maybe on king a5 to make an empty move, like bishop a2, and it's not going to be an empty move. It's going to be a very important tempo move. Then a3, e7, rook e7, knight e7, king b4. Yeah, knight d5 then wins. That could be one of ideas. King a5, not e7, but bishop a2. And then rook has to move. And then you just push e7, rook e7, knight e7, king b4, knight d5, for example. And now you don't have king b3, you gotta go king a3. Then bishop goes somewhere to c3. And then there will be like good connectivity between the knight and the bishop. So the pawn on a4 won't be able to be pushed all the way there. So let's see, let's wait, because this game can for sure decide the winner of the whole competition. But okay, maybe it's too early to talk about that, but for sure, if Korobov wins this, he's going to have like a way easier path to the championship title. Okay, let's see. So why do I expect king a5? Why do I have feeling that something like that might happen here? Last move by Korobov was knight d5. On king a5, just like I told you, bishop a2 seems to be perfectly fine in that position. It's once again that what's happening in other games while we're waiting for updates in this game. Grandmaster Bacra, we don't get an update from this game. Sichev against Vanaitz, Maritrosian is completely winning. We don't get anything there either. John Emre against, this was what we had last time against Yevgeny Zanan, so it's completely winning. In the meantime, Ioannidis, still nothing changed in this position. I just predicted knight f5 followed by knight e3 with an easily winning position. Then Sulejmanli Nevednici now seems to be draw. Oh my goodness. Sulejmanli was completely winning this endgame. Completely winning, and now Nevednici tricked him with some king f6. What a comeback by Nevednici. Nice one. What else do we have? Kacharava Nigalidze now completely winning. For Kacharava, Nigalidze won't be able to defend this position for sure. Okay, it was winning all the time. Korobov, in the meantime, look what's happening. Look what's happening. So what happened there? After d5, he takes knight e5, king b5, e7. Rook here, bishop a2, connecting his pieces. And you know why was it important? Not to allow this king to penetrate, because every tempo can be golden important in this position. Knight f6, probably rook h8, but that is actually going to even support the king. So I believe this now should be winning for Korobov. This is a nice technique. You look at this. If he plays rook h8, king g4, now he cannot even make a king b4 move because of bishop g8. So this knight f6 is not going to give any kind of tempo to black. So whether he plays rook h8 and then something, or move the rook somewhere on the queen side, same thing is going to happen. He's going to promote and he'll be winning this endgame. This is tactically winning for him. This is tactically winning for Korobov. Such an important game, such an important, like moment of this tournament. He played rook a8. I believe that Korobov shouldn't hesitate. Let's just calculate together. If he goes with this queen, rook e8, knight here, king b4. So now you just have to see whether you want to go with knight d6 or that. So let's say you go with this, and if king a3, you just have to go with bishop e6, for example. King b2, you just go with the knight c4. You just have to find a way to place your knight on a2 in this position. So that could be quite an interesting thing at this moment. So he may even go with, he definitely, maybe he can even use the king to go with king g4, but in that case, king b4. So the sooner he promotes, the better chances in connecting the knight and the bishop he's going to have. In the meantime, Bacra against Kozak. Bacra is looking for that g6 all the time. It's a very cunning moment. And when is he going to do it? So he'll definitely have to go with g6, h takes, f takes, this one, g7, but then he's going to be winning after rook g7. So he still has nice practical chances to make a draw here. I'm talking from black's point of view. So he has to just show patience, and when is he going to push that pawn? That's the thing. Korobov still hasn't made any decision. This is what we have on the board. This is what we have on the board. He just promoted a queen. This guy captured and he recaptured by knight. Korokoulos has to play king before. What else? And then Korobov just has to find connection between the bishop and the knight. This is not easy. This is not easy, and I'm also having problems finding this one. And by the way, once again, we gotta wait for updates. In the meantime, while we're waiting for the updates, Maritrosian keeps on grinding his opponent and he's more and more winning. He's gonna win this. Emre Can against Yevgeny Zanin, more and more winning as well, although there are certain, you know, like tactical tricks that Black can come up with in this position, so it's winning, but as long as the queens are on the board, there must be, and there could be something. Queen d5 by Ioannidis, rook e1, nice tactics by White, I like it, and he cannot take because of rook takes c5. This is a nice practical attempt by White to go with a rook on e1. Okay, do we have anything else ongoing? We have Suleimanli against Nevednici, which now looks queen c8, and it's Black to move. But well, what if king takes c7, g8, rook g8, queen g8? I believe it cannot be won by White with the queen and the bishop against the queen. So this should be drawn. What a bad miss by Suleimanli. He was completely winning in that endgame. Let's go to Korobov. This is Korobov's game. His opponent played king d4. Korobov jumped with the knight on d6, and this guy played king to c3. So this is current position. Can he go with knight c4? Aha! Can he go with the knight c4, and this guy has no way of approaching with the king? Oh my goodness, what a nice fortress by White. He's about to build up fortress. Look at this one, knight c4, and he can't do anything with the king. Cannot come to b2, a2, sorry, a3, b3, b2, not even b1. What a fantastic fortress by White. Knight c4, fantastic move. So let's just see. I believe that's why Korobov played this endgame, and that's why I believe he played the complete line. So knight d6 is about to win the game on the spot. They played this game for more than 5 hours, decisive game for the top place here. It's ongoing, but Korobov is about to finish off his opponent. I believe that the knight c4 should be the move, and this seems to be completely winning for White. What am I missing? Knight c4, you can't approach even if you play a3, because I'm just squeezing you out with my king, and my king is getting closer, and he's gonna have to mate with the knight and the bishop. This is very nice. Yeah, knight c4. For some reason, Korobov is taking his time. Maybe he even finds an easier way of winning, but what can be easier than knight c4 at this point, not allowing this guy to penetrate with a king. In the meantime, do we have all these guys, all these games being finished? Navarra against nothing. In Navarra's game, nothing's happening because we don't get these moves. That's very interesting. Bacra is more and more, I can't say winning, but he's more and more better wait a sec, g6, h takes, f takes, king g8, bishop a3, check, and you just go with a king that should be winning. Rook f, rook, bishop a3, rook b5, king g4, that's winning, right? So look at this, g6, h takes, f takes, king g8, bishop a3, rook b5, king g4, you threaten rook f8, you can't stop it, you threaten g7, and that's just completely winning. Rook b7, I believe, loses on the spot. So I'm expecting g6 by Bakra. In the meantime, Anton Korobov won. He played knight c4, and I believe after this, he's the sole leader in the tournament, and what a great technique by White. Fantastic game. It was even though Korokoulos played at g5 and created some sort of counter chances, he couldn't fully bluff Korobov. Korobov won the piece afterwards. He had here and there some troubles to maybe go a little bit faster and better, but still fantastic game by Korobov. Even better technique in afterwards, and he's the sole leader after 7 rounds. Korobov is 6.5 out of 7. Only draw yesterday against Nguyen. Fantastic tournament for Anton Korobov, and this is going to be able to and will ever made a fantastic for Korokoulos to this moment. Black against Korobov. Anything. Very important. What else? Bakra is now completely winning, I guess. He will just have to. I apologize if you couldn't hear me. We had actually the bells were off because I've been talking for all this time for so long. Okay, so let's go with another thing. Bakro is finally winning. He's gonna win this. We spoke about this game. Also, what else do we have there? Amrajan against Yevgeny Zanan. Dragnev beat Ioannidis. Let's see, Emrajan. Yeah, this is now winning with a passed pawn with a rook against the knight. He just has to find a way, but Zanan is putting up some good fight here. So c4, probably some rook to h1, and you can go with h6 or h5. That rook is just hanging. You can't move the king there to defend it because the king just penetrates to e5. So I believe this should be winning. Okay. So yeah, c4, I believe all he has to do in this position is just to go with rook h1 and to go after the pawn on h7 to force the king to move there as a defender and to finish this one. So we only have like one more game to check. Bakra against Kozak. Bakra kind of cornered his king. And now all he has to do is just to, this now looks completely winning. Can he go with f6, not f6, wait a sec, f6, rook f5. and then to go with king g4, rook f1, bishop e5 to play bishop f4 to finally be able to play f7. That looks like a winning idea for Bakra at this point. So f6, rook f5, king g4, rook f1, bishop e5 to uncover the f file and close the file, so go with f7 eventually. Okay, looks winning. Let's take a look at other games ongoing. Let's take a look at other games ongoing. So everything is just finished. So we don't have many of, okay. In the meantime, yes, everything. Yeah, even Martirosyan. Did I pronounce his name correctly? Yes, Martirosyan. Yeah, so let's go with that one. So even he won his game in the meantime. So we only have one more game. And after we finish that game, we're going to finish with the broadcast for today. It's Etienne Bakra against Adam Kozak. So he's just threatening the pawn on f5. If, in my opinion, f6, threatening f7 mate, rook f5 only move, then you go with the king g4, he goes back with the rook on f1, then you go bishop e5 because you don't want to play rook c8 because of king f7, and when you go bishop e5, you cannot kill the activity of the bishop, you keep cornering his king, you want to go with the bishop f4 so you can threaten f7 and it's unstoppable and that should be winning. So we're just waiting for this game to end and we're going to end the broadcast. Tomorrow, 8th round, it's going to be very interesting. So what's the status here regarding the standings? We have Korobov winning his game and most likely he's going to face Gledura or Pretke. Pretke is 5.5, Korobov is 6.5. While at the same time, we have like all these guys with Abbasov 5.5, Saranov 5.5, Bernatsky 5.5, Ponomarev as well, Zvanev 5.5, Nguyen as well, and Gledura is with 6 points. That basically means that we already know the pair for tomorrow. It's going to be Gledura against Korobov. Most likely like that, unless I missed something. I believe Gledura against Korobov, so that's going to be a pair for tomorrow. Let's go and let's get back to this game. Bakra is taking his time. Am I missing something if I'm saying that the f6 could be winning f6, bishop d6, for example, rook d7, bishop f4, f7, king f8. Yes, it's not winning. I mean, it is winning, bishop f6. Somebody in the chat room asked bishop and horse versus king is winning or draw. Bishop and knight against the king, it's winning. You gotta beat up your opponent within 50 moves, and of course, Greek GM didn't even want to try the technique of Korobov because it's very easy for all those who are familiar with the systems how to mate with the knight and the bishop. So let's go. Etienne Bakra is looking for a move because look at this. King g4, rook b4 could be a trick. But wait a second, he played g6. Look at this one, g6, Rook f5, no, it doesn't work, sorry. I would actually even, so g6 doesn't work. f6 turns out to be the only move here, and he's got nothing else but this. f6, a rook f5. Probably he's just making sure what might happen there. Because f6, bishop d6 doesn't seem to be working because of rook c8, king f7, rook h8. And after bishop f4, rook takes h7, followed by rook g7 defending on g5. So that one doesn't work as well. f6, bishop d6, rook c8, king f7, rook h8, and he's about to win that pawn on h7 and to win the game. Etienne Bacra is taking almost all his time at this moment. f6, only move is rook f5. King g4, only move is rook f1, otherwise f7 is mate. Yeah, actually, yes. I was about to say, f6, rook f5, king g4, rook f4. For a moment I thought that it could be salvation for black, but not. King f4, bishop d6, bishop e5 just wins. Oh, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. So what happened in the game? He played f6. This guy played h6. Bacra played bishop e3, doing some sort, and bishop c1. Do you know how do we call this? So now if black takes on g5, it's called umbrella. So his pawn is actually going to keep this king. So you just go with this, f7, and it's winning. In the game was bishop c1. He went with the bishop d6. And it's white's turn to finish off this one. So he should be going with, for example, rook to d7 here, and it's winning. All you have to do in such moments to recognize a moment when and how to concretely finish off your opponent. So we're just now looking at a very concrete moves. Rook d7, it's very important to get this tempo. Even rook c6 should be enough, both of these, because he just threatens to win the, yeah, this is winning in both ways. Rook to d7 or rook to c6. Rook to d7, even rook g7 should be winning. So all kinds of moves are just completely winning. I forgot about one thing. Rook c8 check, and then going king takes h6 is also winning. So everything is just like, but on rook c8 he's going to be playing king h7, right? Yeah, that's his hope in this game. So it's better to attack the bishop. Just like I told you, 7th round of the European Championship, Korobov won in a derby match against Korkulas from Greece. Now he's the sole leader in the tournament, and Etienne Bacra won his game as well. We now have all the results for today. Tomorrow we're going to have Gledura against Korobov. Korobov is the sole leader after 7 rounds with 6.5 points. Hope that you enjoyed the commentary. See you tomorrow, same place, same time, and unlucky for you, same commentator. Bye-bye.